may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami
Pray muna tayo, guys. Good morning, everyone. Sige, pray muna tayo. Father, we thank you for today. Salamat po, Lord, for bringing us together. And Father, we pray na as we run our CITE International Summit, we pray for your guidance. We pray for your blessings. Gabayan mo po kami sa lahat ng aming gagawin. We pray for a smooth run of this conference. And Father, in Jesus' name, we also pray na hindi po magkaroon ng glitches, ng problema sa internet connectivity, sa pag-run ng aming mga materials. Gayon din po, we pray sa aming mga speakers. Bigyan mo sila ng wisdom, ng clarity at
may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buing nanay. Sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon ang may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buing nanay. Sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon ang may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw nabuo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers! This is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE! We stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers! This is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng buhay. pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat habang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon ang may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon ang may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon ang may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, mahusay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon ang may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo sa hinaharap ng bayan. Kami bahagi nito, dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay, future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo sa hinaharap ng bayan. Kami bahagi nito, dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang, liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may Leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay, future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan. Leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan. sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. May bagong pangarap sa UMak-CITE, kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo sa hinaharap ng bayan. Kami bahagi nito, dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat habang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. May pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. May bagong pangarap sa UMak-CITE, kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo sa hinaharap ng bayan. Kami bahagi nito, dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, pag-asa may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klaseng may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Hands up! Sabay-sabay, future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na amin pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid-aralan at sa tunay na buhay, kami ang guro, kami ang ilaw ng bukas at gabay. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa sabay-sabay. Future teachers, this is our day. Learn, lead, serve with pride. UMak-CITE, we stand side by side. CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may dangal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan, para sa mundo. UMak-CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Sa bawat umagang may bagong pangarap. Sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang. Mga isip na handang matuto't magturo. Sa hinaharap ng bayan, kami bahagi nito. Dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. Hindi lang kaalaman ang aming dala, kundi pag-asang magbabago sa bawat paaralan at komunidad pa. Sa bawat aral na aming pinaninindigan, may layuning maglingkod sa sambayanan. With passion to teach and hearts that care, future educators, handa na kami. We did it! CITE, where innovation meets excellence. We lead, we learn, we rise with confidence. I learn ang gabay sa bawat hakbang. Liderato, talino, at pusong may danggal. Proud kaming maging guro para sa bayan, para sa kabataan.
Good morning to all participants joining us from different parts of the Philippines and across the globe. Those who are with us here in the Zoom and those who are watching via Facebook and YouTube Live. Welcome to the 2026 University of Makati College of Innovative Teacher Education International Summit on Education, conducted through our virtual conference platform. This summit marks one of the most significant highlights in the celebration of our 40th founding anniversary as a college. Our sincere appreciation to the University of Makati College of Innovative Teacher Education for organizing this meaningful event and for making this international summit possible, particularly in securing its accreditation for 6 CPD units. Yes, you heard it right. It's 6 CPD units. Thus, please be reminded that this is a 2-day international summit and participants are expected to complete evaluations on both days. An evaluation will be administered toward the end of day 1 and another on the day 2. Only those who are able to submit both evaluations will be eligible to receive their certificates. As this is a 6 CPD accredited conference, compliance with all the requirements is essential to ensure proper crediting. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you for taking the time to be with us today as we gather educators, researchers, academic leaders, and students in an insightful exchange of ideas under the theme, the Global Learning Renaissance, harmonizing technology, equity, and human-centeredness. The Global Learning Renaissance is an international call to action for educators, researchers, and policymakers to move beyond incremental change. This conference examines how to bridge the gap between rapid digital advancements and the fundamental need for equity and well-being. We seek to answer a pivotal question. How do we design educational ecosystems that leverage machine intelligence while prioritizing the human spirit? Our main goal is to dismantle the one-size-fits-all model of the past by integrating universal design for learning, fostering learner autonomy, and rethinking assessment through the lens of holistic flourishing. We can create a future where every student is seen, supported, and empowered. Now join us as we gather the world's leading minds to synchronize innovation with empathy and redefine what it means to be an educated citizen in the 21st century. Before we begin, may we request everyone to observe the following online conference guidelines. First, please keep your microphones muted throughout the program. Participants are encouraged to turn on their cameras during sessions whenever possible. Please use the required name format when joining. It should be surname underscore first name underscore country. Example, Dunke underscore Sini underscore Philippines. This will help us properly monitor and manage participants during the event. Please register your attendance and please refer to the QR code flashed on the screen. Link is also available in the comment section. Be sure to accomplish both the attendance and evaluation forms for both days. Remember, this summit happens for 2 days. So participants with incomplete submission of the attendance and evaluation forms for any day will not be issued a certificate and will not be credited with CPD points. Certificate of participation will be issued to registered participants who comply with the attendance and evaluation requirements. It will be sent to your email after a careful review by the certification committee. Now, we are truly privileged to have speakers and experts from across the globe who have wholeheartedly committed to sharing their time and expertise with us. This international summit is one of the key internationalization programs of the College of Innovative Teacher Education, aimed at strengthening global partnerships and expanding learning opportunities for our students and faculty. Our Dean, Dr. Jason Berganya, established many of these connections during the EduTech Asia conferences in Singapore, while others were formed through collaborations with the Teacher Education Council projects and through the American English Alumni Association. Through these partnerships, the college continues to open doors for meaningful global exchange and professional growth. Well, before anything else, please allow me to introduce myself. I am CDS Dunge, and I will be your host and facilitator for today's session. Get ready and stay engaged as we prepare to be inspired, enriched, and empowered by our esteemed speakers who will surely hone our knowledge and deepen our understanding throughout this international summit. Now, may we request everyone to please settle down as we formally begin our program with the singing of Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by a prayer and the singing of the University of Makati hymn.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ang silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bagaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingling, ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw na buwan, hadit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pa, may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Heavenly Father, Creator of all, we humbly ask your divine presence to be with us today as we begin our activity. Send forth your Holy Spirit to teach us that in everything we do today is for your greater glory. May we use our giftedness to unite us in one goal, and that is to strive hard to reach the goal of success. May you provide us of divine wisdom to respect and understand one another, that all of us here are brothers and sisters. Grant us a profound humility through the example of your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Send forth your holy angels to protect and deliver us from any harm. Father in heaven, all glory and honor are yours, forever and ever. Amen.
Cheer to the alma mater, University of Makati. Rejoice, we're here onward marching, be it shine, storm, cloud, or rain. Let all our voices keep ringing for the glory of our alma mater, pride of Makati and our fatherland. Beloved UMak proudly stands. Arise, thy sons and daughters, fill the air with the joy of alma mater. Resound our gladness and tidings, every echo by far and near. If we are your beloved UMak, faithfully we brace our mind and spirit. We're proud to be at thy command, future builders of this land. Arise, thy sons and daughters, fill the air with the joy of alma mater. Resound our gladness and tidings, every echo by far and near. If we are your beloved UMak, faithfully we embrace our mind and spirit. We're proud to be at thy command, future builders of this land. University of Makati, future builder of this land.
The College of Innovative Teacher Education at the University of Makati is an exemplary institution at the forefront of progressive teacher education in the Philippines. Rooted in a tradition of excellence and driven by innovation, CITE is committed to developing competent, ethical, and resilient educators and academic leaders who are equipped to meet the evolving demands of 21st century learning environments. As a vertically articulated college offering undergraduate programs, CITE ensures a seamless progression of knowledge and practice, empowering future teachers, school administrators, and education specialists through a curriculum grounded in research, real-world application, and technological integration. Its academic programs emphasize the practical application of educational theories, with strong foundations in inclusive education, student-centered teaching, and school leadership, continuously adapting to the needs of diverse learners and dynamic classrooms. CITE proudly offers degrees in Bachelor of Elementary Education, as well as Bachelor of Secondary Education, with majors in English, Mathematics, and Social Studies, with plans and ideas of offering new degrees in the future, such as Bachelor of Early Childhood Education, Bachelor of Special Needs Education, Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Science, and Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Values Education. CITE students are given immersive, hands-on learning experiences, not just through practicum and fieldwork, but also by allowing them to participate in student-led organizations. These groups create opportunities for professional growth, school life balance, and community involvement, thereby shaping them to be well-rounded future educators. The college is also proud to house the Higher School of UMak, its very own senior high school, which also functions as a laboratory school for future teachers under the College of Innovative Teacher Education. Higher School of UMak offers 4 tracks, namely the academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, arts and design track, and sports track. Under these tracks are strands, some of which are specialized, like the teacher preparation program, cluster under the academic track, which aims to prepare students aspiring to pursue teacher education in college. The college is also proud to announce its partnership with global education platforms such as Khan Academy, expanding its reach through international collaborations with partners in Taiwan, Guam, US, China, and more to come, opening doors to cross-cultural learning and international exposure. Further affirming its commitment to excellence, the College of Innovative Teacher Education has been officially accredited as a continuing professional development provider, reinforcing its role as a pillar in advancing lifelong learning and professional growth. Guided by its core values: innovation, leadership, excellence, altruism, resilience, and nationalism, CITE envisions to become an internationally recognized center of excellence in teacher education. At CITE, they do more than educate. They inspire change, lead transformation, and build a future shaped by empowered
Gurong
educators
magpapatatag sa
devoted to
pag-quiz ng mga
serving both
mag-aaral.
nation and humanity. This is the College of Innovative Teacher Education. This is CITE, proudly preparing the next generation of transformative leaders in education.
That's a fascinating video of the college. CITE, empowering future educators through student-centered approaches and real-world application of the teaching and learning processes to become well-rounded educators, inspiring change and transformation. With a spirit of rise louder, shine prouder, we now move forward to the next part of our program. To formally welcome us all to this international gathering, it is my honor to introduce the president of the University of Makati, a visionary leader whose commitment to innovation and global collaboration continues to strengthen the institution's role in transformative education. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome Professor Alexur C. Ramos.
Esteemed educators, researchers, and academic leaders joining us from across the Philippines, Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and beyond. It is an honor to welcome you to the CITE International Education Summit 2026. This year, our gathering carries a special weight of history as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of the College of Innovative Teacher Education. Since 1986, CITE has been a cornerstone of academic excellence, and today we honor that legacy by looking firmly towards the future. Our theme, the Global Learning Renaissance, is a timely call to action. We find ourselves at a crossroads where technology, specifically artificial intelligence and digital transformation, is evolving faster than ever. However, a renaissance is not just about tools. It is about the human spirit. As we harmonize technology with equity, our mission is clear. We must ensure that innovation never outpaces our compassion, and that progress serves every learner, regardless of their background or location. Over the next 2 days, you will exchange perspectives that will shape the next generation of pedagogy. I encourage you to use this virtual platform not just to listen, but to challenge ideas and build the inclusive, future-ready learning ecosystems our students deserve. To the faculty and staff of CITE, congratulations on your Ruby anniversary. To our guests, thank you for being part of this global dialogue. It is my distinct pleasure to formally open the CITE International Education Summit 2026. May your discussions be fruitful and may our shared vision for education continue to burn bright. Maraming salamat and mabuhay!
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramos, for your inspiring words of welcome and for setting the tone for today's summit. As you have emphasized, this moment marks a significant turning point in our history, as we are truly privileged to bring together international experts and speakers to be part of this meaningful and momentous event. Their presence reflects our strong commitment to global collaboration and excellence in teacher education. On February 12, 2026, the University of Makati College of Innovative Teacher Education held a Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony with the Teacher Education Council, becoming the first local university to formalize this partnership through such an agreement. This milestone marks a significant step in strengthening collaboration for the advancement of teacher education in terms of curriculum development, research, faculty training, and resource exchange. To learn more about this initiative, let us watch the video presentation.
College of Innovative Teacher Education. From humble beginnings as a traditional, locally focused program, UMak-CITE has evolved into a specialized, innovative hub for tech integration and research. Today, we take the next step, strengthening our mission through a milestone partnership.
Hindi ko na patatagalin, mag-mo-signing na tayo. Magandang hapon.
A formal union between UMak-CITE and the Teacher Education Council.
The better opportunity for us, especially I attended the last TEC Roadmap 2025, and we get to know firsthand what will happen with the curriculum and also what will improve about the Teacher Education Council.
TEC is known for its initiative in enhancing and developing teacher education and promoting professional development.
To the high-level training and certifications when it comes to the TEC.
What I'm really looking forward to would be the hands-on learning that we will get out of this, as well as the high-level certification that this MOU will bring to our campus.
I'm excited that this MOU bridges the gap between our classrooms and the actual tech industry, which is giving us a direct access to high-level expertise.
We're no longer just following a curriculum, but we're gaining a competitive edge that makes us truly future-ready.
A milestone more than a signature. It is a promise to every student and every future teacher that we will never stop innovating.
Thank you very much to the Teacher Education Council. This moment is truly a milestone, more than just a signature. It is a shared commitment and a promise that brings hope to every student and every future teacher. It symbolizes our collective dedication to strengthening teacher education and shaping the educators of tomorrow. And speaking of this commitment, our keynote speaker is a respected leader in the field of teacher education and academic policy, currently serving as Executive Director 5 of the Teacher Education Council Secretariat, a role that reflects her lifelong commitment to advancing teacher education in the Philippines. Before her appointment as Executive Director, she held significant positions, such as Vice President for Academics of the Philippine Normal University from 2020 to 2023, Director of the PNU Research Institute for Teacher Quality from 2022 to 2024, and member of the Second Congressional Commission on Education Standing Committee for Teacher Education and Development from 2023 to 2024. Throughout her career as an educator, researcher, and education leader, she led various high-impact, evidence-based projects with the Department of Education and the Bangsamoro Ministry of Basic, Higher, and Technical Education, including the development and embedding of the professional standards for teacher and school leaders, development of professional education model for in-service teachers, and development of prototype syllabi for pre-service programs. She also participated in critical legislative efforts in teacher education, such as the landmark legislation of Republic Act 11713, or known as the Excellence in Teacher Education Act. Being in teacher education practice for 27 years now, her achievements include a postdoctorate in research from the University of New England in Australia and the Bravo Empowered Women Award in 2023. She is also a recipient of the 10 Outstanding Women in Nation Service or TOWS Award 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to all of you the Executive Director 5 of Teacher Education Council Philippines, Dr. Jenny V. Hoxon.
Good morning. I thank our friends from the University of Makati College of Innovative Teacher Education, led by its Dean, Associate Professor Jason Bergania, and its President, Professor Alexur Ramos, in these important online conference in time for the celebration of the college's anniversary. Thank you for inviting the Teacher Education Council Secretariat. May I share my screen? I'd like to share for today's conversation the work that we do in the Philippines in the Teacher Education Council. And so I titled my presentation as the Teacher Education Roadmap 2035, linking with your theme, Advancing Technology, Equity, and Human-Centered Reform. I'd like to briefly introduce who we are. We are the Teacher Education Council in the Philippines, and we are birthed by a Republic Act 11713, or the Excellence in Teacher Education Act. We were established in 1994, but strengthened through RA 11713. We are an attached agency to the Department of Education. The council is composed of 5 member agencies that are focused on teacher education. They are the main actors when it comes to teacher education in the Philippines. Our chair is the Department of Education, with Secretary Honorable Sani Angara as leading the Department of Education. Our vice chair is the Commission on Higher Education, with Secretary Honorable Shirley Agrupis as our vice chairperson. TESDA is our regular member, and Honorable Kiko Benitez is our represents TESDA. NCCA and PRC are represented by Honorable Eric Zerudo and Honorable Charito A. Zamora. We're also governed by our 3 regular members. Dr. Rosemary Vic Diaz represents an organization of deans of College of Education. Father Onofre Inocencio Jr., or Father Jun as we call him, is a representative from a national organization of private basic education institution. And Dr. Maricris Asido Muega represents an organization composed of school leaders in the Philippines. This is the secretariat where I'm currently heading a 4-man team of the executive committee of the secretariat. What we do pursuant to Republic Act 11713 are 4 major areas. First, we are policy development in teacher education. We are also the coordinating and collaborating agency with all of the other stakeholders on teacher education. Our main task is to also quality assure all of the agencies governing teacher education, and we are an research and innovation for teacher quality. The theme is quite big and quite packed. I've decided to look into particular themes whereby we can look into how human-centeredness is coupled with technology and coupled with the life that we call now an AI-enabled world. And so when we looked at the concurrent themes that may be discussed within your days online learning, we've come up upon these important constructs. First is the concept of reimagining teacher and learner roles. We look into teacher education, professional development, but also we see in that human-centeredness the aspect of student voice and other new professional identities in an AI-enabled, data-rich learning environments. And so for my sharing today, we will focus on teacher education and professional identities initiatives from the Philippines. The rest of the themes that you can see on the screen now will not be tackled fully in this short presentation. As we work alongside the concept of teacher education and professional identities, I begin with the vision of the Teacher Education Roadmap 2035 by the Council and all stakeholders on teacher education. The roadmap is a strategic decade-long direction for the development and professionalization of the Filipino educators. Our view is visualized in the context of our vision. We envision quality Filipino educators who are competent, ethical, inclusive, resilient, and committed to their own growth and to developing locally and globally responsible, productive learners. In order to achieve this vision, we have set our milestones into three major components. The first is the foundational milestone or stage, which is ending next year. This is where we're getting all of the data supported by the Educational Commission 2 of the Philippines and all the other critical areas that we found we are lacking and we need support on. Mainstreaming is 2028 to 2030 and the view of sustainability between 2031 to 2035. There are 4 pillars for the roadmap. Pillar 1, elevate and promote the teaching profession, which is critical to the view in the Philippines. Pillar 2, strengthen educator preparation. The teacher education institution and the University of Makati is a strong partner for Pillar 2. Pillar 3, invest in in-service development, career progression, and recognition. And Pillar 4, broaden impact of teacher education to ensure that our teachers do not only rest on the context of the classroom, but they are impact cross-cuts and other dimensions of the Philippine economy, Philippine directions, and Philippine growth. These are the strategic objectives per pillar. I'd like to concentrate on a few of them. For Pillar 4 on broadening impact, would like to maximize innovations in teacher education towards new pedagogical approaches and technologies. And when we looked at the new pedagogical approaches and technologies, we're looking at emerging those that are not necessarily very new, but those that are already there but may not have been used to consider broader impact for classroom learning and student learning. And so this is a focus by which we look at an AI-driven data and world. For Pillar 2, I'd like to concentrate on strategic objective 2.5 that says expand access for potential entrants to teacher education in formal and alternative pathways. We are currently looking at strengthening alternative pathways for the country to ensure that lifelong learning is addressed in teacher education, to ensure that we are looking at the varied cohorts that are potentially entering the teaching profession. This is to ensure that we are equitable, that we are able to support different groups across the country. So we're very excited to develop this new this new identity coming from alternative pathways. Finally, I'd like to look into Pillar 3 on Strategic Objective 3.5, recognize outstanding educators through incentive programs for educators across all educational sectors. While the country has moved towards merit-based support, the Teacher Education Council is moving towards recognizing outstanding educators through varied incentives. This ensures that they are supported, that all of our educators across pre-service and in-service and higher education understand that that the national government is with them as they move towards their professional development and continuous learning. So our vision is to elevate educator quality, and these are 4 additional perspectives to view teacher education and changing narratives and identities. First is on professional growth through career stage frameworks, the institutionalization of the Teacher Education Excellence Center to look into innovation, funding priority specializations through scholarships, and recognizing quality practice through awards and incentives program. We begin with the curriculum. We have launched the new curriculum for teacher preparation. The Commission on Higher Education supported the work and led the work. At the heart of our vision is the quality Filipino teacher. And when we view the quality Filipino teacher, we say that they are content specialists. They are innovative. They are data informed. They are lifelong and life-wide learner. They are inclusive and they are values driven. The Reframe Pre-Service Teacher Ed curriculum visualizes how context and education serve both as guide and goal of a teacher education curriculum that aims to develop a quality Filipino teacher. The framework drives our view of how we envision our Filipino teacher working alongside varied aspirations, quality standards, the view of resilience, learning context, and finally, teaching quality. So we're looking at quality as both the teacher and the act of teaching. We're also supporting professional growth through career stage framework. The idea of career stage is taken from the professional standards that are currently adopted by the Philippines, especially from the Department of Education. The affirmation system is a comprehensive standards-based and competency-driven system that supports the professional growth of our teachers and school leaders. The opportunity for learning here and changing narratives include clear assessment of strengths and improvement needs based on the professional standards. At the pivot, we're also working on the review and the revision of the current professional standards. No? So professional standards are living document that must support the realities of our teachers. And so it is time to review, and we invite the Filipino audience now to support the review and wait for calls for your participations. We're also supporting upskilling and reskilling of our teachers through the establishment of the Teacher Education Excellence Centers, which are set up as presence in the regions to respond more expeditiously and effectively to the needs of the regions via the center. Our opportunity for changing narratives and changing the perspectives of our teacher is that these are targeted teacher development for specific cohort in the region. Okay. We are also working with the National Educators Academy of the Philippines to target teachers whose specializations are not aligned with their teaching assignment. So the view is, while the national government is moving towards a national goal, we do not forget the varied needs and specific needs of the region through the Teacher Education Excellence Center. Currently, we are located in 7 areas across the country. We also have funding priority specializations through the scholarships. The TESP established to support the serving students pursuing undergraduate teacher education degrees in centers of excellence. For 2026, the national government supported us with 103 million, supporting 1,200 scholarship slots on these priority areas: special needs education, values education, and early childhood education. In a world where we are data-driven and in a world where we are pushing to ensure that our teachers target the specific needs of our students, it is critical that we build upon supply, hence the TESP. We promise to do good for every Filipino educator. Together, we are advancing the teacher education system that drives innovation, ensures equity, and empowers teachers as lifelong learners, nation builders. We invite all of you to help us initiate the many transformations towards teacher education, reframing and changing narratives and perspectives. We have launched our annual reports. We are profiling our teacher education institutions. We invite you to be part of our mailing list by clicking on that QR code. We also invite the teacher education institutions in attendance today to please ensure that your TEI is part of our database to get news and to get funding support. Please follow us in our platforms. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hodgson, for sharing the Teacher Education Roadmap 2035. It is definitely interesting and exciting to see and witness how far we will be able to elevate in our education system. I am sure our fellow educators and future teachers are looking forward to this elevation and innovation. On my part, I am immensely excited about their goal in supporting upskilling and reskilling teachers in terms of funding priority specializations through scholarships. So to enrich our program, we will now watch a musical presentation from the pride of the University of Makati. Please stay connected as we present the UMak Chorale. Okay. Thank you to the Yuma Chorale for that wonderful performance. In this song, Padayon, it is a Bisaya word, one of the major dialects here in the Philippines. The word means keep going. Now, to keep going to our conference proper, our first session is entitled The Human AI Coexistence, Redefining Agency in the Modern Classroom. This session moves past the how to use AI conversation and dives into the ethical and philosophical shift of what it means to be a learner in an automated age. To give us a substantial discussion of this matter, allow me to introduce our speaker. She is a senior academic leader specializing in academic governance, quality assurance, and future-ready learning systems. With more than 17 years of experience across private and public higher education institutions, she has led large-scale academic transformation initiatives spanning curriculum reform, accreditation, lifelong learning, accreditation of prior experiential learning or APEL, ACQM, and digital learning ecosystems. Her leadership integrates instructional technology, credential innovation, and strategic academic planning to build agile, compliant, and sustainable higher education models. She has successfully designed and implemented institution-wide frameworks aligned with MQA, MQF 2.0, RMK 12, SDG 4, and national lifelong learning agendas. As Deputy Vice Chancellor in Academic, her focus is on strengthening academic governance, enhancing teaching and learning quality, expanding alternative entry pathways, developing talent pipelines, and positioning institutions competitively through micro-credentials, APEL-Q, and industry-embedded learning models. Now, please join me in welcoming the Deputy Vice Chancellor in the field of academic at Spectrum International University College, Subang Jaya, Malaysia, Dr. Norzarith Sophia Nordian.
Hi, thank you so much. All right, hi everyone. I'm okay. You can just call me Dr. Sophie, or better yet, you can call me Sophia. All right. Hi from Malaysia. Yeah, proud to be one of the representative from Malaysia today. So, okay, what is the say? If I want to greet in Philippine, mabuhay, is it? Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm still learning. Yeah, okay. Let not waste any more time. I would like to share my screen. Okay. So where is my screen? Is it projected yet? No. Okay, share. Yeah. Okay. I hope everyone can view my screen now. All right. Again, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Sophie. First of all, I would like to thank University of Makati, especially College of Innovative Teacher Education, for this generous invitation. Actually, I would like to thank my dear friend Jay. Hi, Dr. Jay. I know you're here. We've been talking a lot, even like a few seconds before I presenting now. So thank you so much for this invitation. Actually, it is a truly privilege for me to join this international conversation with all the fellow educators, leaders and advocates for the future of our learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am joining now today here from one of the representatives from Malaysia. I am proud to represent Malaysia, and I'm not come only as a Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic of SIUC or Spectrum International University College, but also as someone who, has spent 17 years actually in the field of education, where my expertise come across teaching, instructional design, lifelong learning, academic leadership, and institutional transformation. So after all these years, one truth that I can share with all of you, that the future of education, ladies and gentlemen, is not only about what learners want to know, it is more about whether they know how to keep learning, okay? How we as an educator move our learner. So that is where the definition of educators comes in. So, ladies and gentlemen, because today our learners actually do not suffer from lack of information. They suffer from the abundance of information, but lack of direction. When I say that, actually our learners is surrounded by a lot, by many, the information is like at the tips of our fingers, interrupted by information after information from here, from there, from the social media, and all of our learners, even us as an educator, are very tempted, to share. And this comes out at the end of the day, it becomes overwhelmed. So the question now that I would like to, to answer, how do we teach more? Okay, the deeper question from there that I can delve in is, how do we as an educators cultivate our learners who can think clearly, actually, who can learn independently, because there are a lot of information out there, how can adapt continuously and remain grounded in a world that never stop changing. So actually, this is more like a conversation between me and you, and I hope that this dialogue will be an more informal session. Please feel free to drop any question later. And I hope this is as a reflection for us as future educators, as now learners, which before I move on, I would like to reflect with all of you. Are our learners struggling because they knew too little, or are our learners struggling because they ask us to manage too much? This is where empowering self-directed lifelong learners for future-ready timeless skills. I need to answer this question, and I need to move everyone, on how to move our learners today. So let us move to my second slide. When we say about information overload, too much information but too little clarity, let us begin with the reality where our students currently living in. Our learners can search anything can scroll endlessly. Okay, now I'm holding my phone. All right, we can scroll endlessly. We can prompt the AI, we can prompt, we can summarize articles, we can compare ideas, and we can access the tutorials within seconds. All right, you name it. We have ChatGPT, we have Gemini, we have, it is an exhaustive list out there. So yet, to be honest, I can see in the eye of the learners, many are still struggling. You can look into the eye of the learners. You can look into the eye of your friends, dear learner. You are still struggling. So the main question now is why? Okay, because information abundance that does not automatically create wisdom. All right? So information overload or access to a lot of information nowadays does not guarantee we understand, does not guarantee the understanding. So the exposure does not ensure that we can really understand the full context of what we are reading on the internet. And the speed does not create depth. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the opposite happens. All right? All the students consume more, but they process less. There's a lot of happening, but they are processing less. They are constantly connected, but not always meaningfully engaged. That is where they lost. Okay, they are exposed with too many ideas, but not always able to judge, not able to engage, not able to convey a wisdom. What is a credible, what is worth for attention, and what deserve reflection. That is where the information overload comes in. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, our role as an educators matters more now. Okay, so our students nowadays, in this century, do not only need context expert. Okay, they need an educators who can help them, who can help our dear learner to make sense of all this complexity of information, to ask better questions, to reflect deeply, to tolerate uncertainty, and to learn with intention. That is where actually learnings come from. All right. Yes, we do have information, but can we reflect with that? Can our learner reflect with all those information? All right. So that is why this topic, where, the topic that I would like to present today is something that we need to highlight, because in this age, in this area, in this modern age, what you can say, the challenge is no longer information scarcity. No, if back then I remember, who are at the same age with me. I'm sorry, I'm not that old. I'm just 40 years young. All right. So the information is not that as easy as now. We need to go to the library, or we need to ask from the expert, or we need to talk to the experienced members from the society. But nowadays, information is no longer a scarcity. So it is about information management. It is about self-management. It is about intellectual discipline, not self-discipline anymore, but intellectual discipline. It is about resilience. So if I can give an example, if a student today can open a 10 tabs, 10 tabs says they are opening Instagram, they are opening a window browser, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, you name it, about 10 tabs. They watch 2 videos from YouTube. They ask AI for summary, and then they download the notes from a friend and still walk away not knowing what truly matters, what I need to study. So this is not laziness, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot perceive that as laziness. That is what we call as overload. So yeah, you can open as many tabs as you want. You can watch as many videos as you want. You can ask the AI to, summarize for you. But at the end of the day, you still question yourself. What am I learning today? So, ladies and gentlemen, again, do not label your students or our students as lazy. This is so much information that we call as information overload. So let me share a little bit about myself. Yeah, that's me. All right. When I first entered education, I entered with what I call as conviction, where I do believe in classroom. Yeah, actually, to be an educator is my passion since not just 17 years ago. 70 years ago is where I started my career. Now you know how young I am, so you can calculate yourself at what age I started my journey. Yeah, so where I believe in the power of a good teacher. Yeah, I believe that education could transform not only the academic, but the academic performance, but the identity, the confidence and the aspiration. I still believe all that. I still believe that I can, inspire somebody today, right? So, but as time goes on, after year 1 to year 2 to year 5 to year 10 to year 17, now next year will be my 18 years. I also learned something uncomfortable. To be honest, there is no such thing as all the rainbows, all unicorns, all flowers, all perfumes. There must be something that uncomfortable. They always, what we say when we want to get married, the vows, the rain and shine, thunderstorm, and yeah, sickness and health. I've learned something uncomfortable as well. So sometimes our system are very, very, very good at producing students who can follow instruction, who can meet deadlines and perform well under pressure or under our, structure that we build. But have we realized that they are not always as good as producing learners who can lead themselves? Okay, this is something that we need to think of. Yeah? Can we produce a future leader, not just a graduate? So actually, this is matters, yeah, because life after graduation is not neatly sequenced. It's not saying that okay, after you graduate, you will get this job, and then after this job, you will be promoted from this to this to this to this. All right? No, there is no such thing. There is not neatly sequenced. So life does not come with weekly lesson plan. Life does not say, here is your rubric, here is your checkpoint, here is your model to answer. No, there is no such thing for that in our real life, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. It's only in our study, yeah. So to be honest, to put in not so positive connotation, life is messy, our work is evolving, and industry shifts. All right. Personal circumstances change and our knowledge expires. We need to keep ourselves to remain relevant in our market. So, and in that kind of world, in this modern world, ladies and gentlemen, self-direction is no longer an optional thing. It is essential. Okay, it is mandatory. Okay, for the self-direction. So our students today, actually, ladies and gentlemen, may graduate with qualification, but remember, the real question is whether they graduate with inner direction. So to that, we move to the next slide, which is the lone learner. Not all potential looks conventional. So let me share, ladies and gentlemen, an observation, yeah? That has stayed with me over the years. Okay, I keep on observing, from the very beginning of my journey from the year 1 like I said until the year 17, there are students who do very, very well in our conventional system. You know, they attend the class, they submit the assignment, they respond to the question, they remember, they perform. And then there are students who are not always easiest to measure. You know, our students are unique. Yeah, I always say to my lecturers, academic members, our students are unique. We don't go that our students, you know, poor, mediocre, excellent. Now they are unique. Yeah, so some students might be quiet, some students might be older, some students might be returning to study after a gap. You know, maybe there are something that they need to focus to, and then they need to drop their study for a while, and then maybe they're working while learning. They may not shine immediately in traditional assessments. They may carry life on their shoulders. You know, that is where I said our learners are unique. They're not learners have, you know, can attend class like most of the learners, after school learners, that they can straight away go to university or college. Yeah, there are certain unmarginalized learners that, you know, they do have life. They need to carry life on their shoulders. Yeah, so sometimes those students possess something very powerful, to be honest. Okay, we as an educator need to deep dive, need to dig, all right, what are the powerful things. So it is actually us who can bring out the superpower in them, all right? So their superpower might be resilience, perspective, discipline, life intelligence, because they already experience a lot about life, emotional maturity, and real world understanding. You see, all these matters actually. So, and I have seen these things again, these superpowers, yeah, again and again and again and again. Some learners even being underestimated because not because they lack of abilities, not because they lack of the superpowers, but because our system actually has limited ways of recognizing it. You see, because we only say once you're after school, you need to straight away study and, you know, and then you graduate. We don't recognize the unmarginalized learners that I mentioned earlier, the learners that carry life on their shoulders. So with this realization, actually changed the way I think about education. I always reflect to myself where it made me ask, who gets seen? Which learner get to be seen? Who gets validated? Who gets to be access? And who gets, you know, left behind simply because their path did not look conventional? You know, and that is why, ladies and gentlemen, my passion built over time, not just, you know, climbing up the career, but it expanded beyond the teaching alone because of this unmarginalized learner. It moved into academic leadership, learner access, flexible pathways, alternative recognition, lifelong learning, and institutional design. That is where I do, you know, my career expand on that, because it's not just me, because we truly believe in learning, and we must also care deeply on about how we open doors to others. So that is where here I am, still standing strong, 17 years, you know, helping those who carry life on their shoulders. So this brings us to fast-moving world. The world changed faster than our system. Now, let us move from the classroom. Okay, we go out from the classroom, okay, to the world where our students are entering. All right, this is a world where jobs evolve very quickly. You know, a world where industries are reshaped by technology. You know what happened currently, on the war that, now we are, you know, what can I say, affected. All right. So that is where another shift of the industry, and a world where people can no longer rely on one qualification to carry for their life. In fact, here in Malaysia, yesterday, our Prime Minister has announced that we will move to the transition of working from home and flexibility working hours. So, yeah, like I said, the world shift. We live in a world where learning, unlearn, and relearn are part of survival. So here we are. When something happened in between, or something collided in between two worlds, we need to unlearn, we need to relearn, and we need to keep on learning. Okay? So when we say about future ready, we must be careful. We must be careful. We are not always ready. All right? Are we agile enough to say that? So future ready actually does not mean, or does not simply mean digitally exposed. It does not simply mean, you know, employable for the first job. It does not simply mean familiar with tools. To me, future ready means able to continue becoming, able to learn, able to relearn, able to adapt, able to think, able to filter, able to recover, able to rebuild. That is why timeless skills matter. That is why I will touch about timeless skills, okay, about the topic that why the timeless skills matters. Because, ladies and gentlemen, while our tools change, some human capabilities remain deeply valued. Okay, I know that everyone said, okay, AI will definitely, you know, we definitely substitute us as a human being in the teaching world. No, no. Okay, after this, I will, you know, touch on the timeless skill where it remain valuable. And let me ask you, how many of our current systems are designed for a world that already no longer exists? How many? So that is a reflection question for you to think. Okay, how many of our current systems that we use now are designed for a world that already no longer exists? Because I do believe after the current war that happened, there are certain industry shifts that we need to make sure our current system is still relevant and there will something that left behind. Okay, so speaking of timeless skill, this brings us to my next slide, which is timeless skill still matters, ladies and gentlemen. So let me name you a few of timeless skills. If you ask me, okay, Dr. Sophie, what is timeless skill? Okay, you can see from my slide there actually. It's critical thinking, it is communication, ethical judgment, adaptability, curiosity, reflection, collaboration, resilience, self-awareness, problem solving. Okay, so all those things that I mentioned just now, they are not a decorative skills. Okay, they are not optional extras. No, they are actually the foundation that allows a person to transfer across contexts, across boundaries, across life stages, and across uncertainty. You know, without critical thinking, without resilience, without collaboration, reflection, self-awareness, adaptability, curiosity, problem solving, self-awareness, again, I'm saying about self-awareness twice now, we cannot survive, you know. So this is where I often say something that some people find slightly uncomfortable. Yeah, I always challenge the mindset of my academics, yeah, which content can age, capability compounds. Trust me. Whatever content that we have now, is not timeless. It will be left behind. It will be no longer relevant in 1 or 2 or 3 years' time. But our capability as an educators is a compounding factors. Believe me. For example, if you ask me to give a speech like this 17 years back, I will say no. I will definitely say no to Jay. Sorry, Jay. If you approach me 17 years back, I will say no, I don't want to. But now, as my communication skill compounded, yes, I'm happy. I'm happy to share with you because, you know, I'm very curious to see what is the perception or acceptance from out there. All right, so yeah, ladies and gentlemen, disciplinary knowledge matters. Academic rigors matters. Content matters. Again, content can age. So if all we give students is content without capability, then actually we as an educators giving them something too fragile for the future. Very fragile for the future. What they need, what our students need, what our learners need is not only information. They need us to move them, for them to realize their identity as learners. So a learner who knows facts may pass an exam, ladies and gentlemen, but a learner who knows how to learn can survive multiple change. Yeah, trust me, as an educator, that is our task to shape or to move our learners to identify their identity. So this brings us to the next slide, which is self-determined learners. Okay, so what is self-determined learners? Just now, Dr. Sophie said we need to help them to, identify their identity. So here goes. A self-determined learner is not simply someone who studies alone. No. Okay, actually, what I mean by a self-determined learner is someone who understands how they learn. How. Okay, not what, yeah? How. They take ownership of learning choices. They manage themselves. They reflect on progress. They adjust when needed. And they continues learning beyond external pressure. This is where the idea of pedagogy become especially meaningful. All right. So for those who less familiar what is pedagogy terms is about, pedagogy is a term where the definition is the study and practice of self-determined learning. That is pedagogy. All right. So it goes actually beyond teaching students what to learn. It focuses on helping our students decide how to learn, not what, yeah? How to learn, why they learn, and how to take ownership of that journey. Okay, so this is where we help them to identify their identity. So if a pedagogy asks, if a pedagogy would ask, how do we teach learners? And this often, associated with teacher-directed learning approach. And if an pedagogy asks, how do adults learn more independently? All right. So emphasizes adult learners' needs and experience. That is about andragogy. Okay. So then heterogogy comes in, which is the self-determined learners. And when heterogogy asks, it will ask much deeper question, which how do our learners become the drivers of their own journey? Yes, we can help them to drive from kindergarten, from primary school, and we need to, actually let them drive themselves during the secondary schools, and when they are entering the tertiary education, they know how to drive their own learning journey. So that is the chronology. All right. So that is very powerful actually. Because, ladies and gentlemen, real world does not hand us a perfect timetable. There is nothing says, okay, so after this we will go for a break, and after this we will have this, and after this when we go back home, this is the rubric for you. No. And if our education system only prepares students to succeed with controlled structures, then we are not actually preparing them for life beyond those structures. That is why I said we need to prepare them to find their identity. So in short, ladies and gentlemen, pedagogy is more teacher-led, andragogy is adult-focused, and heterogogy is learning-driven. Okay, so to that, this brings me to the next slide, which is what is harder for today's student? Finding information or managing information? Which is harder? So let me pause, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for a moment. Actually, I would like to ask everyone this. Finding information or managing information? Okay, I think many of us already know the answer. The challenge is no longer scarcity, like I mentioned just now. It is overload. And overload does not affect performance. No, it's not at all. Because, yeah, our performance is getting better, but it affects the other way around. It affects our attention. It affects our confidence. It affects our decision making. It affects our emotional regulation. You can see how it affects the ability of our student to stay with complexity and long enough to understand it. If you would like to sit with our student and ask them a question, okay, 1 + 1, they can always ask the ChatGPT, or they can always open their, phone calculator for that. But it affects the attention and the confidence because they rely too much to the social media, to the ChatGPT, to the AI, It affects their decision making. It affects their emotional regulation. When I say that, what about when I take the phone away from the students and then I ask a very critical thinking question? It will affect their emotional regulation, right? It will make the student agitated, maybe panic, maybe anxiety, because they rely too much on the answer, on the decision making by phone. Yes. So what is harder for today's students? Finding information or managing information? So which means, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about self-determined learning. We talk about heterogogy that I mentioned just now. We are also talking about resilience. Not resilience as a slogan, yeah? It is resilient as a motivational poster. It is resilient as a cultivated capacity. For them to stay steady, for them to stay reflective. Oh, okay, so my knowledge is up to here, so I need to learn more. It's something like that. Not to prove more, but to learn more, the self-reflection. So how they want to do all this? To keep learning even when the world feels so noisy. When I say noisy, meaning to say the world keep us with information overload. So, ladies and gentlemen, my next question to you is, have you seen students who are intelligent, who are capable and hardworking, yet they feel so overwhelmed? They feel disorganized. So that is the face of human that facing information overload. So ladies and gentlemen, that is something that we need to reflect for today. So let us continue. What I have seen in 17 years, what you have seen, this picture actually asked me back. So what I have seen is experience deserve recognition, like I said earlier. When I reflect on my own 17 years journey in education, I do not only remember about policies, meetings, national, meetings, national development curriculum discussion or academic audits. what I remember the most is my learners, to be honest. You know, I remember the bright ones who lack confidence. You know, the one that I remember is the confident ones who lack disciplines. They are very confident but lack disciplines. The disciplines one who lack opportunity. You know, there are also adult learner, the older ones who thought they were too late. They always think that, oh, Dr. Sophie, I guess I'm too late to continue my journey. Yeah, I always get that for my 17 years. So aside from that, there are working adults who carry guilt, you know, because life interrupted their studies. You know, the adult learners that carry life on their shoulders. I do remember the students who needed not more pressure, but a different kind of pathway. So over time, I become more convinced of something, which are education must stop worshipping one single route of success. They really need to stop worshipping the conventional, because real learners are diverse, ladies and gentlemen. They are unique. They are diverse. Some of our learners thrive in full-time conventional studies. Some of our learners need flexibilities. Some of our learners need recognition for experience. And some of our learners need bite-sized learning before they are ready for a full program, you know, the small chunk of learning. Some of our learners actually need a work integrated exposure before they move back into the formal learning. And some of our learners need international perspective to see beyond boundaries of their current environment. You know, the exposure. And that is where, ladies and gentlemen, we move from talking about self-determined just now as a learners as an idea to building a systems that actually support them. Yeah, that is where the self-determined students comes in, the one that hold the life over their shoulders. So let me tell you more about what we have done here in Malaysia, the flexible pathways. All right, so this is where I want to make a point, ladies and gentlemen, that matters deeply to me, both professionally and personally as an academic leader in Malaysia. If we want a lifelong learning to be real, ladies and gentlemen, then educational pathway must be very flexible, more compassionate, and more responsive. Yeah, we need to listen to our learners actually. Not every learner begins from the same place. Not every learner moves at the same pace. And not every learner can follow one neat, uninterrupted academic road. Trust me. Some learners need re-entry points. They have enter, drop, and they need to re-enter. Some need modularity. They cannot come to class every day. They maybe can commit once a month. They maybe can commit twice a month. Maybe only on every fortnightly Sundays. Some need recognition. Maybe they have worked for 25 years. And then we take whatever work that they have done and we match it whatever learning outcome that we want to measure. That is the recognition we award to them based on their experience. Some need stackability. Like I said, maybe they want to learn on their free time, during their free time. So today, 2 hours. Next week, another 4 hours. Following month, another 2 hours. And they want it to be stackable. At the end of the day, they want to have the flexibility of their own time. And some need learning that fits around work, families, finance, and adult responsibility. If they can move around or navigate around that. If our system, ladies and gentlemen, respond to that reality that I mentioned just now, then we are not widening opportunities, actually. Actually, we are only preserving the privilege. So, ladies and gentlemen, a system is not truly inclusive just because it opens the door. No. Just because I say, okay, I am opening the door to here, so you are welcome. No. The system is truly inclusive when it must also make it possible for people to walk through it, for the unique learner to walk through it. So again, we need to understand the diversity, the uniqueness of our learner. So to that, I would like to explain more on the first one, which is APEL as a recognition with dignity. What is APEL? APEL is accreditation prior experiential learning. This one also known as if in Australia as RPEL, which is recognition prior experiential learning. Actually, it is the same thing, yeah. Okay. So what is APEL matter? For those who may be less familiar with APEL, like I said, actually it is a mechanism that recognizes learning that gained through work experience. So it is like professional practice, non-formal learning, and life experience. So in Malaysia, we take into context, yeah, where APEL has been an important pathway for our adult learners ever since early 2010. So for working professionals, for non-traditional learners, for adult learners, for them to enter higher education or for them to receive recognition for what they already know and what they can do. You know, all these working professionals, adult learners, and non-traditional learners, actually they do, have something more to offer to the table. So because of that, we would like to accredit them prior their experiential learning. So because of that, as an academic leader myself, I actually care deeply about this because recognition is not just about an administrative matter, yeah? It is about dignity matter. We look it beyond everything. We look it beyond finances of our colleges or university. Sometimes our learner is not lack of intelligence. No, you cannot see it that way. Sometimes they are lacking formal recognition. So sometimes actually they not fail to learn. They not fail to learn. They simply learn outside the traditional route. So sometimes they did not miss their chance, but sometimes what do they miss? Nobody showed them the right door. So that is why system like APEL matters so much. Here in APEL, we do not lower our standards. We broaden it. We never lower our standard. We just broaden the access while preserving the rigor. Yeah, the assessment rigor, the qualification, the learning outcome, all that is preserved. So, and to me, that is one of the most powerful things in education because we match it, we realign, we recalibrate. So, a working adult, ladies and gentlemen, may have lead the teams, may have solved problems, may have conduct a meeting with, international conglomerate, manage the operation teams, build the real expertise over the years. So with APEL, we can always say that type of learning has value too. We do value that. We do value experience. So to that, it brings me to a smaller chunk of learning process, which is micro-credential here in Malaysia, where we make learning more visible and accessible. So alongside Appel, we do have a micro-credential here in Malaysia, which are also becoming an important part of a lifelong learning ecosystem. A micro-credential is something that is in a chunk, in a smaller or in a focused certification that recognize achievement in a specific skill, in a specific competency or area of knowledge. So unlike a full degree, all right, we straight away award you a full degree where it is shorter, it is more targeted. This micro-credential, it is shorter, it is more targeted, and often it is designed for flexibility and also immediate relevance. Okay, so why does this matter? Because, ladies and gentlemen, this micro-credential actually will cater the future learner. Because future learner might not always begin with a full program, you know, says, I would like to learn about business. So business, we need to learn from introduction to business, about the finances, about the entrepreneurship, about the accountancy, and, you know, all those things. So I would like to learn about business, but the chunk of it, I would like to learn on my own sweet time. So that is my credential. Yeah. So sometimes they just want to begin with one skill, which is maybe AI in business, you know. So I take only one short course for that, for me to remain relevant. So it will cater me for one professional need, one moment of re-entry. So my credential here, if you can see, it makes our learning more agile. All right. It's not just cram everything, but we have the freedom to choose what something that remain relevant for us as a future learner. So not just agile, it is more accessible and it is more modular. And it is more responsive to changing demands and changing needs, which our industry shift further. They can help learners build the confidence over time, yeah, because, you know, it is about, when I say, it is about to stay relevant in the now job market. It can accumulate relevant learning, and yeah, it is a progress step by step. Okay, and when we treat, you know, when we treat this aside, you know, when we treat this micro-credential not just a side products, but as a part of larger architecture, you know, we build our foundation in staggered stage. We build in what we call, we scaffold it, you know, in a larger architecture of opportunity. We scaffold a better or larger opportunity. This is where we begin to create an education system that is more humane and more future ready. You know, it is stackable one by one, by one, by one, you know, during our free time. So when I say stackable, that is where we say stackable learning. We mean that all this chunk, all this smaller thing, you know, where we achieve can be accumulated over time, and we can potentially build into larger qualification or broader academic progression. So maybe if you keep on learning one by one by one, maybe one day you feel like you want to take a business degree. But at the end of the day, when, you know, when you come to here, maybe SRUC, when we look back at the stackable micro-credential, maybe we can award you 2 degrees at the same time. Because, you know, when it has been stackable, you know, short, one by one, smaller chunk, bit by bit. So yeah, who knows? It's not just 1, maybe 2, or maybe 3 degrees that we can award to you. Yeah, that is the beauty of micro-credential, the stackable learning. So this brings us to the, what we call, broader lifelong learning ecosystem. I want you to look at this I want you to feel this. And actually, this is something I would like to say with quite confidence from Malaysia to other region. We are learning that access, quality and flexible do not have to compete with one another. Here, we do not compete with other university. We complete one another. So here in back to my university in SIUC, Spectrum International University College, where I serve. Actually, we do not want lifelong learning to live only in speeches, not by only me. We want it to live in structures, yeah. So which means we want to help as much learners as we can, to understand that there are different pathways. There are different ways to enter the education system, to return back to the education system, to progress and to succeed. For some learners, ladies and gentlemen, they may be through a conventional academic route for some learners. But for others, they can go through Appel, they can go through micro-credential learning, and again, there are small chunk as well of learner. They can go through a combination of recognition, flexibility, and progressive study pathways. So and I think students across the region need to hear this clearly. Dear students and dear educators, the educational journey does not have to look like someone else in order to be valid. Here in Malaysia may not have all the answer, but we do have meaningful experience to share actually in building more open and dignified pathways for learners. I can, I can share more on the customized experience that, how I have learned for students, but that can be, outside of this, conference, Okay. So next, enough about Appel, enough about micro-credentials, stackable learners, and whatnot. So here we go about edutourism. From teaching content to designing growth. So let me now bring in more dimension that deserve more attention from all of you. Actually, this is edutourism, the one that we just introduced here in SIUC. Of course, there are 2 or 3 pioneers in Malaysia for edutourism. All right. So for those who less familiar with this term, edutourism refers to travel or mobility experience that are intentionally designed for learning. So which means you can be a tourist here in Malaysia and learn about our culture and learn about Malaysia in itself and learn about all the formal learning while you are in Malaysia. So it is a combination actually of education plus exposure to new places, exposure to new system, exposure to new cultures and perspectives. So, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes people hear that word and think only of academic travel, about edutourism. Okay, you are staying here in a country, so you will go there and, study. Okay, that is conventional route. So, but to me, edutourism is richer than that. It is learning through immersion. It is learning through exposure. It is learning through movement across contexts. So it is learning through culture, system, people, and perspective. So in a deeply interconnected world, students need more than textbook knowledge, actually, ladies and gentlemen, for them to find their identity. Remember, the self-determined. So they need global awareness. What happened out there? What happened in Malaysia? Hey, what Malaysia can offer to me, So it is more like cultural intelligence. What I can do when I do edutourism there in Philippines, So communication across difference. the confidence actually in this edutourism is, to function in unfamiliar settings. Yeah, how we can familiarize ourselves in unfamiliar settings. So from this edutourism, we can have the ability to observe, to compare, to grow through experience. All right. That is why actually I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, edutourism can be very meaningful. It's not as real world, it's not as a luxury to be a luxury tourist, but it is a real world learning. Because learners do not only grow by reading about the world. Okay, I will not grow by only reading about Philippines. Yeah, it's sometimes I can grow by entering to Philippines. I'm happy. Not just I can meet J, I can meet all J ecosystem today. So yeah, that is why I said we can grow from there, from edutourism. Is indeed a very beautiful thing. Yeah. All right. So this brings us to, we have heard about Appel, we have heard about micro-credential, the stackable learning, we have heard about edutourism. We also have heard about the timeless skill sets that we need to have. We have heard about pedagogy. So actually, ladies and gentlemen, if I can speak directly to students who are listening to today, I want to say that, ladies and gentlemen, your educational journey does not have to be perfect. As long as it is meaningful, then it is good. Some of you may, move straight into food program. Some of you may return after so many years. I don't know, maybe 20, maybe 15, maybe 10. Some of you may begin with a short credential, bit by bit, the stackable. Or maybe some of you can bring the years of work experience that deserve recognition. And some of you may seek international exposure to broaden your world. So again, all of these pathways actually valid. Yeah, there is no single route define success. So ladies and gentlemen, please do not think that only one route is respectable. No, please do not think that if your journey is delayed, it is considered as a failed journey. No, please do not think that if you pause or if you need to take a little detours, if you have responsibilities for you to carry over your shoulders, or if you have any interruption or noise that take away your academic that take away your academic timeline. No, it's not taking away your academic dignity. No, you can always, like I said, learn, unlearn, and relearn. Yeah? There is no such thing as one standard type of future learner. No. There is no such thing as only conventional route is acceptable. No. We need, from now on, to say that future learner is diverse, layered, mobile, and real. Yeah. I'm still proud to say that over and over again. So actually, our journey or your journey may not be linear, but believe me, it can still be powerful. Your pace may not be conventional, ladies and gentlemen, but it can still be worthy. Trust me. I have faith in each of you. So this brings me to the next slide. As educators, what educators must do? So what does all this mean for us as educators? Yeah, after I have mentioned about the timeless skill, the pedagogy, the flexible pathway, it means that our work is not only to teach. Like me, as I broaden my pathway from year 1 to year 17, my work is not only to teach. My work your work and everyone's work here is to redesign learning condition. We must move, ladies and gentlemen. We must move. So from content delivery to capability buildings. Remember, we need to help our students or our learners to find their identity. We need to move them. So from rigid pathways to responsive pathways. From gatekeeping to guided access. From standardization alone to meaningful inclusion. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, we as an educator must still uphold the quality. We must still protect the rigor. Yes, we must still maintain the standard, but rigor and humanity are enemies. Are not enemies. Rigor and humanities should engage and work together. They are not enemies. Quality and flexibility are not enemies. We can have quality, we can have both flexibility, and they can engage, they can coexist. Innovation and academic integrity are not enemies. They can coexist, they can marry, they can be a couple. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the future of credible higher education depends on our abilities and educators to hold these things together, to marry them. Like I said earlier, in sickness and health, you know, in sunshine and rain, okay, you name it, all right? I'm not good in that, but yeah. That is what us as a leader in education need to demand now. We need to move forward, not just for efficiency, but for wisdom. My question to all of you, are our education system now designed mainly for administrative comfort or designed mainly for the learner success? Let me ask that for you to reflect. Yeah? So let me move to the next. Okay, so I guess this will be my not last slide, second last slide. I'm so sorry, Dr. Sophie talked too much today. Okay, so people sometimes ask me why I remain so passionate about education after all these years. I get that a lot. Why I want to, you know, why I want to remain in this industry for 17 years. Why I want to stay here for 17 years. This is my answer. This is my honest answer, actually. And I guess my face is smiling because I always have this thought. Because education is one of the few spaces where possibility can still be redesigned. Yeah. I don't want to keep on teaching the same thing. Like I said, content can be expired, like I said just now. But education can be redesigned. That is why I'm still here. You know, a student can arrive uncertain. You know, a student can be like when you see a stray cat. It's very dirty, you know, maybe the face is full of mud, full of, you know, what I can say is smell unpleasant, it's dirty, a kitten. But that is where a student can come uncertain, can arrive uncertain, just like the unpleasant, you know, smelly or dirty kitten. But in a good hands, that kitten can transform into a fluffy and gullible cat. Same goes to our students, ladies and gentlemen, with the right hand, right mind shift, with the right education transformation from all of you, we can transform our learner. So as an adult learner, per se, Let them return to us after a few years. Let them rediscover their confidence. Let a working professional finally have their experience recognized. Let them. And you know, a learner who thought they were not academic enough finally can find their pathway that makes sense. Let them. Open the door and guide them. Transform them. Guide them to find their identity. You know, let a student who never imagined in their head about global exposure can suddenly see a bigger world. Guide them, ladies and gentlemen. That is powerful. That is you. That is us. That is a leader what we build upon. So that is why, ladies and gentlemen, I really care about this conversation today so deeply. So to that, actually, I thank Jay for this topic, yeah. Because education is not only about producing graduates. I keep on mentioning this. Actually, it is about producing people who can continue becoming, people who can think, people who can adapt, people who can keep learning, and also people who can remain in a, relevant in a fast changing world. So when us as an educator here in education, does this very well, redesign this very well, it does more than certify the achievement, actually. Actually, we can restore the possibility and the faith into our education system. That is another powerful thing. So to that, ladies and gentlemen, let me close this today. If we truly want to empower self-directed lifelong learners for future-ready timeless skills, then actually we must do more than tell the student to be resilient. We, as an educator, must build environments to support the resilience. Stop saying you need to be resilient. We need to build the support system. We must do more than tell the students to be independent. We must coexist with them. We must design a pathway that makes independent growth possible. We must do more than celebrate lifelong learning in speeches like I do now. I need to do more. Talk is cheap. Yeah? So we must embed all of this in our systems. The structure, the recognition models, the flexible credentials, the global exposure, and institutional courage. This is why actually this topic today about self-determined learning, about the pedagogy, about the resilience, about the metacognition, the future-ready skills, must also connect back to the one that I mentioned, which is APEL, micro-credential, flexible academic pathway, and global learning exposure, the edutourism. Because our learners may have ambition. They want to see the bigger world, but this ambition still need access. Learners may have their own talent, they are unique, but talents still need recognition, ladies and gentlemen. Learners have their desire, but desire still needs a pathway. So perhaps that is one of the most important responsibility that we can carry in today's education. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, dear educators, just not to teach. But, dear educators, we are here to make possibility visible. So to that, I would like to end my speech for today, my dialogue for today with thank you very much, everyone. And now I open the floor for Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sophia, for your excellent presentation. and sharing with us your 17-year journey in the education. Your insights truly resonate and reflect the realities faced by the then and now generation of learners. I would like to capture also the statement of Dr. Sophia a while ago. Too much information, too little clarity. With the emerging of different AI tools, it may be easy to access information, and students may be exposed to many ideas, but what's lacking is the judgment and the wisdom to pick which is factual and verified. Okay, so now we will proceed to the open forum. So participants may send their questions through the chat box so I could read and relay your questions to Dr. Sophia. And don't forget to clearly state your name, affiliation, and then your question. Okay, so we have here one question from the University of Makati faculty member. How does Malaysian professional regulation recognize micro-credentials? Do you have a clear crediting policy for micro-credentials to become part of a learner's professional credentials?
Okay, yes. The short answer is yes. The long answer is, yeah, I'm one of the policy developer for micro-credential. So we have two pathway for micro-credential actually. Yeah, you see even the micro-credential itself have its own pathway. The first one is from the conventional, the conventional courses, the conventional program. We take it and then we unbundle it one by one. Okay, for example, introduction to business. Says introduction to business, we have 17 topics in it. So we, plug in one by one. And that courses have already have accreditation from our, regulatory body. So when we unplug, when we go for more smaller chunks, we don't need to get, another accreditation. We just inform to the regulatory body. So it is unbundled courses. Or we have a new stackable, new program that we want to create. For that, yes, we need to inform that, okay, we have this type of, program. Okay, so this program we will stack and then it will, at the end of the day, this is the pathway. So unbundle and bundle, that is the terminology here that we use. Yes, we do have. Please feel free to, keep in touch with me. Actually, I can teach you one by one on how you can do it in your institution. All right.
Okay.
Any other question from the floor? Actually, I'm so happy. Thank you so much for inviting me for today. Yeah, I cannot touch everything in detail, but I'm happy to keep in touch with all of you. Yeah. So if there is no question, so let me, you can find my email or my official email from Dr. J here. All right. And I will be in here. Yes, I would like to give back this session to the organizer. Hand back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Sophia. Actually, we have additional question here.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to answer.
Another one. Are all the concepts you discussed and shared with us are considered alternative pathways in Malaysia, supported by the national curriculum, or they are independent innovation from your college? How do schools work with National Ministry of Education when you want to innovate Malaysia?
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, actually, whatever that I mentioned just now, apparel, micro-credential, the stackable, the edutourism, that is something that has been recognized and developed by the Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, MOHI, with coexisting or the regulatory body, which is MQA, Malaysian Qualification Accreditation Body, All right. So what we do is we just come out fresh with whatever pathway that we would like to design, but the structure or the skeleton of the pathway is there, is ready by the by the ministry and by our regulatory body. So yeah, they really help us so much. They really empowered actually us to give this alternative or flexible pathway, to offer this flexible pathway, if I can say, to the unmarginalized people. So yeah, we do it based on whatever that has been approved by MOHI and also the regulatory body. All right. Next question, if you have.
Yes, we have another one. Thank you so much, Dr. Sophia. Another one, again, from our UMak faculty member. So, as a teacher, what are the strategies to help improve the self-determination of a student in accomplishing task?
Come again? In accomplishing what? Sorry.
As teachers, what are the strategies that you can recommend or that you can suggest to help improve the self-determination of a student in accomplishing tasks?
As a lecturer, how we want to, I can say it's more like as a driving factor, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Huh? Okay. First of all, you need to know that generational gap is real. Why I say that? Because not just our industry shift, our generation also shift according to the fast change of the world. When now we do have like very easy access to the internet, so we as an educator, we also need to change. We need to be a chameleon, everyone. We need to change our color according to the system. If you want to be, if your student is blue, you need to be blue. If your student is green, you need to be green. That is how I say it's adaptability. So you need to understand, yeah? All right. In order for you to maintain the quality, yeah, if in order for you to maintain, you remember, we don't jeopardize the quality, we don't jeopardize the academic integrity. That is number one. Yeah, you need to understand how to maneuver our students. All right, don't give them something that they can search from the internet. Don't just give them, okay, so for today your homework is to do this. So they can type in to AI and then, okay, this is. But is that meaningful to them? No. That is why they submit just because. First, just because of they want to graduate. Second, just because they want the mark. Third, just because they don't want to get scolded. All right. So don't do that. What you can do is, yeah, we do have summative and formative assessment, correct? We can always do the formative assessment such as, okay, now what I want you to do is, you need to interview one of your lecturer, ask her 17 years of her experience, how she has evolved in this education. They cannot Google that. They cannot find the answer. They cannot find the ups and downs, the challenges that happen with that particular lecturer. So, and then what you can do, what you can say to the student, okay, now I find that. Can you create using Canva a sophisticated presentation, but only use a black and white image? You see, you give them the challenge. You give them the drive. You coach, you inspire them. Don't burden our student, but we move with the generation. Like I said, be a chameleon. You change with the color. I'm 40 years old, for God's sake. But I love to change with all my students. Yeah. So, yeah, be the driver. At one point, they can drive you. I hope this answers your question.
Yes, I like that one that you said, be a chameleon. It's really perfect and it's suitable to our You know, that our profession as teachers, as educators, we have to adjust to the ever-changing systems. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sophia. Another one, this is probably the last question.
All right.
Why is lifelong learning important in today's fast-changing world? This question is coming from Surgeon Michael Olares.
Hi. Oh, okay. I love this question. I am advocate of lifelong learning. Okay. In our life, we need to never stop learning. In fact, when I say never stop learning, me myself is still learning. Yeah. I just graduated. Let I say this out loud. I just graduated from my second PhD back in November, actually. So why stop at one when you can do two? So why you want to stop learning when I say that we need to redesign our education? You remember I said that our content can go stale, can go expired. This is what I mean. You know, the ground theory, for instances, the ground theory 30 years back, okay, that has been developed. We can challenge it today because the world evolved. That is why we need to never stop learning. Even we learned something back during the pandemic era, right? The 2020. We learn to move as fast as lightning, although we don't want to, but we need to. We are pushed to be somebody, to be very high adaptability. If you don't agree with me, you say that. That is something we say it is learning. Learning is not about formal, yeah? When I say learn, it is formal, it is informal, it is non-formal. It's all about learning. Even when you go back later and then you ask ChatGPT how to cook fried rice, that is learning. That is learning. That is lifelong learning. You never know what life will bring you into in 5 years. Maybe you will be a chef. Maybe you will open a cafe. I don't know. Maybe you will open a concept study room with a cafe beside. Okay, I'm giving you a business something idea for you to to ponder. But yeah, learning is not about formal learning. It's about formal, informal, and non-formal. In fact, if you ask me, what is heterogogy means, like just now, I give you a super simple explanation. It's self-determined, settle. You don't need to go to ChatGPT or to Google. They will give you a very, hands full of explanation. Yeah, so yeah, that is learning, even one word. I hope that's answer your question.
Thank you, Dr. Sophia. It perfectly answered the question of the faculty member. Okay, so let me just read an insight from one of our attendees here. She said, Ma'am Teresita Agsimon, true, I am also an advocate of lifelong learning. Sometimes it is sad to go on doing more because some of your coworkers are the ones saying it's a show off when the only reason is you want to be better for your students. Crab mentality.
It's okay. It's okay. I get that a lot. You are not alone. No worries. No worries. No worries. As long as I know you are a kind-hearted person, I know from your words, as long as you don't stop, spread the love, not hate. Yeah. The positivity, just bring the positive aura to everyone. That's it. No worries. No worries. Just spread the love. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sophia. Due to time constraint, the committee will collect the questions from our attendees. Okay, so we'll just collect it and have it compiled and send it to Dr. Sophia so she can answer it. Okay. So thank you so much. Now to
Thank you so
award this,
much.
thank you so much, Dr. Sophia. So to award the certificate of appreciation. So So allow me to read the citation. University of Makati College of Innovative Teacher Education Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to Dr. Noorzarith Sophia Nordin in grateful recognition of her invaluable insights and expertise as a guest speaker during the 2026 UMak-CITE International Summit on Education with the theme The Global Learning Renaissance, Harmonizing Technology, Equity, and Human-Centeredness. Given this 27th day of March 2026 at the University of Makati, Philippines. Signed by Jason Berganya, ADD, Dean College of Innovative Teacher Education, Ederson D.T. Tapia, DPA, PhD, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Alexur C. Ramos, CESE, PhD, President, University of Makati. Thank you so much once again. Okay, now we proceed to our next session entitled Purposeful Inclusion, Designing Assessment for Multiple Intelligences, Neurodiversity, and Global Equity. So traditional assessment often measures a student's ability to sit a test rather than their mastery of a subject. This theme focuses on universal design for learning, or UDL. To give us further knowledge about it, our speaker is an associate professor at the University of the Philippines, Diliman College of Education, and a longtime champion of inclusive, high-quality education for all learners. For more than 2 decades, she has worked with national agencies including Teacher Education Council, Department of Education, and Commission on Higher Education to shape policies, curricula, and teacher preparation programs across the country. Her expertise in special education, inclusive education, and curriculum design has guided countless teachers and institutions toward more responsive and equitable practice. Today, she continues to lend her voice, leadership, and heart to building learning environments where every child can thrive with her talk on the theme, once again, purposeful inclusion, designing assessment for multiple intelligences, neurodiversity, and global equity. Please welcome from the Faculty of Education, University of the Philippines, Diliman, Dr. Frances Magtoto.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. Let me just set up my and the warm welcome, definitely. Very much like Dr. Sophia, I was given a task of tackling this topic. And like the educator that he is, Doc J assigned us a very challenging topic. It put me in a position that I had to reflect on what I believed in when it comes to assessment, especially with the theme purposeful inclusion, something that we've been wanting. So purposeful meaning that it is with intention that we do so, very, very conscious that we do so. And inclusion because we do want to ensure that in the teaching process, the learning is really taken into consideration. So alongside the theme of our, sorry, let me just, as host, I can now see everything in the background. So please, please forgive me if I stop once in a while and I see little things. So purpose, as repeated, purposeful inclusion, designing assessment for multiple intelligences, neurodiversity, and global equity, given in 1.5 hours was quite difficult. So hopefully the information that I'd be sharing would allow you to start off your journey into delving into it, because what we're presenting currently is really just the tip of the iceberg. At the end of this session, I would hope that all of you, that the discussion that we'd be having would help you analyze current assessment methods for inherent biases against neurodiverse and culturally diverse students. This is because in assessment, we always have something that's called affinity biases. Hopefully, we always teach better to the people who are most like us. So we are asking you to consider to be knowledgeable and conscious that it is happening, so that you may consider alternative assessment formats that tap into multiple intelligences and neurodiversity. And then later on, when you learn so much more, that you'd be able to consider and adopt neuro-inclusive practices so that you reduce anxiety in relation with assessment and increase the engagement of learners. So these are the goals. Hopefully we'll get through it very, very well. So before I start, I'd want to engage you and ask you for some comments that you may have, because our theme for the conference looks into global learning renaissance. And in a global learning renaissance, we look into different types of reframing, different types of rebirths. And one thing that we'd be looking into would be assessment. So the reflection prompt, if assessment is to be seen as a renaissance, how should it evolve? Because as part of the global rebirth, we need to understand more of the learner, as pointed out in the previous presentation. So how do you think we should evolve as educators in implementing all of the assessments that we need to do? If anyone, can I stop for a minute or so to give you time to put in chat what you think? Maybe just a word, how you feel, how should assessment change? Do you have any experiences that you'd want to share? So we'll just put it there. So we'll be going back to that later. In rebirthing something, a lot of the things that we need to point out are problems with traditional assessment practices. We do listen to what the information says when there are big, large-scale assessments. But there is also a threat of over-standardization, that it forgets that all of the learners start off with a context. Culture bias is also evident in some of the test items that we may have, and therefore, the needs would be there. One our best student, Doc J. Assessment should be flexible and should not only focus on the output, but also, so let me stop there because people are answering. So Doc J says, assessment should be flexible and should not only focus on the output, but also on the process and the experiences of students. Greta Navales says, from traditional paper and pencil tests, we have evolved towards performance-based assessment. And yes, and this is something that is in our policies in the Philippines. So we all note as educators that we are moving towards a more flexible system that responds to the context of our learners, because we have found different things such as such as the traditional assessment practices that we have. We also see that with a very diverse set of learners, sometimes we do recognize that neurodivergent exclusion is seen because we usually teach to one type of learner. And of course, in order to tie things all up with the multiple intelligences, we do need to see that there are narrow definitions of intelligence. In fact, in some of our literature, we've deemed to actually note them as academically inclined rather than being a well-rounded type of intelligence. And just see if there are other assessment should be realistic, something that will be maintained, especially when it comes to traditional. Okay, somebody may be writing the annotation. Let me just. So with these four problems that are set up here, we would like to delve into how we could focus on rebirthing assessment. And the proposal that we have today is to focus on multiple intelligences, neurodiversity, and global equity as the new portrait of learning. This is in the hope that making assessment human-centered restores the dignity, agency, and identity of our learners. They are more than just a score. It is a measure of more than compliance and conformity. It is a measure of their true capacity. But how do we envision that when all of us here have been tested using traditional assessment? So, Teresita Agsimon says, assessment should not only look into standardized format. It should always adapt the 20-80 principle, where 80% should be focused more on the student performance. So I am with like-minded people here, I'm guessing. I hope that all of us believe that as part of our growth in the teaching profession, we look into all of the newer ways to make assessment measure the learning more than just compliance and what they have. So the renaissance of assessment that we're looking into goes into traditional practices, moving towards traditional practices, looking into traditional practices that are narrow, standardized, deficit-oriented, because we usually count how many mistakes did we get, and usually culturally biased. We move towards one that is more expansive, flexible, one that's human-centered because it takes into consideration the context of our learners. We look into something that is not reachable because tech enables more access, more performance, more participation. And of course, that we look into assessments that are culturally responsive. Okay. Wow, I'm seeing that there are still comments coming in. So shift assessment from just measuring performance to valuing student growth and progress over time by Anirta. Okay. And then Michael Robert Alviar says assessment must move away from the assumption that all learners should arrive at the same outcomes at the same time. Instead, it should allow for variability in pace, pathways, and even definitions of success. It means accepting that comparability across students may decrease, but in exchange, we gain a more accurate and humane understanding of individual learning. Very well said. I guess it's something that you feel strongly about for you to put that together, and people have affirmed what you're saying. Kath Mistades says, aligned with the mission vision of the College of Innovative Teaching Education, Higher School of UMak. Each semester culminates in student-led activities that transform concept-based theory into real-world application. I'm glad to know that, because then UMak-CITE would be one of the schools that actually push towards it, and hopefully the rebirth is seen because it is widely practiced within student-led activities is one way of measuring student learning. So congratulations to you. So I guess based on the comments that are there in the chat, we'd actually see that we are in a tribe that believes that we should move from traditional practices of assessment and try to rebirth it in such a way that can enable our schools to measure true capacity of our learners. Because we are not a factory that just starts to look into compliance and conformity. We have said that we want creative and critical thinkers. And to do that, our systems must allow such innovations. So the question is, why is the title Purposeful Inclusion? So we'd already see here that in traditional assessment, it often narrows what counts as intelligence and success. And I was happy to note that it was also something that's felt strongly about our first speaker, Dr. Sophia. So in our case now, purposeful inclusion expands it. So we honor human variability. We look into the cultural identity and global context that we have. Because with the goal, with the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which ensures inclusive and equitable quality education that promotes lifelong learner opportunities for all, we have to make sure that assessment becomes a tool for belonging and not sorting. So we are not living in a Harry Potter world wherein each of us are in one school, although it may represent something that matches us with the type of learning and cultures that we may be able to be more successful in. But purposeful inclusion is something that we have to think about, especially when it comes to assessment, because sometimes assessment tells us who the good students are versus who the students who are not too successful in our classrooms are. So it becomes a sorting activity for us. So hopefully assessment allows us to look into aspects wherein we can figure out the nature of the errors that some of our learners have, so that we can help them build from where they are. So we can scaffold information, we can analyze tasks for them in order for them to reach the goals that are deemed as our grade level standards, our key stages also. So if we look into assessment as a tool for giving students a sense of belonging, the human-centered approach, learner-centered approach is something that we delve into. And for this particular talk, we've looked into 3 different aspects. So one is multiple intelligences by Howard Gardner, which was still a milestone theory for me, because it impressed upon me how a thought, a concept could actually turn into a theory based on the number of studies that it based it, but that theory is that a concept is based on. So this is one theory that we've seen evolve into such. We'll go into that later. We also have the variable of neurodiversity, which was first seen in the thesis of Judy Singer, who acknowledges her autistic self and has introduced this terminology. We will also look into global equity, wherein we look into equality versus equity as parts of the frames that we're looking into. So I just devoted one slide because I didn't really want to um, overpower everything. But I think I made a mistake by doing that. So please forgive me. So long and short, multiple intelligences theory of Howard Gardner looks into currently 8 intelligences. There are emerging intelligences that are coming up, but these are also known as the smarts. I know that it's very popular in the Philippines, and I am not sure if the other countries represented are also familiar with it, but because it has been a long-standing concept that giftedness is so much more than one type of intelligences, that it has caught on the interest of a lot of educators who would want to make their classrooms more equitable. It recognizes smarts. So people who are good with bodily kinesthetic tasks are seen as body smart. Those who are good with people and interrelational activities are usually called people smart for so these are things. The goal of multiple intelligences is to acknowledge that we'd have to teach in more than one way, definitely. Within the so there we have logic smart, nature smart, self smart, picture smart, and music smart here. So all of these intelligences are things that all of us may be good at. So we may not be logical mathematically. Our logical mathematical intelligence may not appear as very evident in the classroom, but it doesn't mean that we don't have any more strengths that we can look into. Multiple intelligences actually allowed us to delve into into the strengths of each learner, that we focused more on the abilities of our students rather than pinpointing what they cannot do at all times. But in the educational aspect in our classrooms, we usually go two-pronged. We look into their strengths and we look into certain barriers that may be present. And so in order for us to be able to reach all of these learners, you would see here on the right-hand side of the slide a list of very, very different activities that look into addressing each intelligences. All this says in the multiple intelligence activities types is that there are certain activities that educators may want to consider in order for them to be able to engage their learners, in order for them to allow their learners even to express the type of learning that they've actually had within that one. So there. I can see that there are still more people entering. So when it comes, for example, for verbal linguistic intelligences, you'd already see that more than the paper pencil test, you would see comic book stories, you'd see content posters, that picture cards, game boards are even now in the classrooms. We have films, dramatic readings, cooperative learning groups, graphic organizers. When we look into musical rhythmic intelligence, we'd see content songs wherein some songs would some of the content that need to be memorized in school or learned are actually placed into music or into the songs that are actually widely popular, created songs. We also have content chants wherein it's the same, that allow us to memorize it. So we have logical mathematical intelligences wherein activities can be there as puzzles, mazes, counting tasks, Venn diagrams, sequencing, categorizing, CD-ROMs. All of these are very familiar in the classrooms because at one point or the other, especially when we feel that we're very comfortable with lessons that we have, we explore different ways of representation. Okay. We see here, which is something that we try to engage it also in our classrooms, bodily kinesthetic intelligence, wherein we engage our students in role play. We allow them to mime, maybe to dance, and have different activities that are very physical in nature. In terms of naturalistic intelligence, we allow them to do what we call nature studies. So the study of wild animals, different domesticated farm animals are their ability to describe weather, look into healthy foods, study of insects and such, to delve into certain interests that give them the opportunity to explore certain research interests that they may have. In terms of intrapersonal intelligence, we look into problem solving, self-reflection, and visualization. And then when it comes to interpersonal intelligence, we look into group work, class projects are there. We look into cooperative games, and pair work, because these are ways for us to engage our learners very, very in various ways, because sometimes the same concept is not understood when said in class, but when they're talking to their friend or working with a partner, they realize, oh, so that's what this concept means. Or maybe when they're discussing it with a small group, they'd be able to understand it. The different forms of engagement that happens for inter and intrapersonal strategies actually allow us to delve into various types of engagement. And assistential intelligence, which is something that they're trying to look for more research to based on, is the questioning, contemplation, and visualization that we usually do when we delve into why certain topics are taken, why are we here, and essentially what why things are and how they are. So this relies on a lot of reflection that delves into it. So all of these activities are seen as ways to address different intelligences of different learners. But not all of us are capable of always designing our classrooms in such ways, because of time constraints, resource concerns that we may have, especially in low economic environments, low resource environments. But it is good for us to note that the thinking of most teachers that we've encountered look into intelligence in more than one form, because success, as has been repeated since this morning, is not defined in one way. Okay. We go to the second variable, which is neurodiversity. So neurodiversity is the range of difference, according to Oxford Dictionary, is the range of differences in individual brain function and behavior traits. It's regarded as a part of normal variation in the human population, and it's used especially in the context of autistic spectrum disorders. So if you note here, I highlighted it in blue, used especially in the context of autistic spectrum disorders. We just want to pinpoint that the difference between neurodiversity and neurodivergence. Neurodiversity adheres to the fact that all of us may have, that all of our learning, understanding, comprehension may come in very diverse manners, whereas neurodivergence basically means it's brain, and there is such a difference in seeing, because when you say a divergence, it's usually split into two. So I have placed a link there because you might be interested in seeing a lot of the discussion. I was worried about tapping into this certain variables simply because of the contexts that are currently in it. Like, for example, just for proponents, Judy Singer in 1997 and 1998, you'd see my hesitance in trying to touch this variable, is somebody who has autism and has used the term neurodiversity in her thesis. At the same time, it was first in publication in an article by Harvey Bloom. But it has been very contentious because although Judy Singer is attributed as to have coined the term neurodiversity, the online community of individuals with autism have actually said that it started organically within their community. And so it's been very difficult just to put there. That's why there's an asterisk. So I'm very careful with that. But just for us educators who would want to learn more about it and acknowledge the fact that there are differences in how our brains work, on how our brain architecture may actually influence how we are learning and understanding what's being taught. That neurodiversity is used as an umbrella terminology for all of the types of brains that may parang manifest themselves to be different, especially because they usually correspond with a difference in behavioral traits, meaning that their brain architecture sometimes will tell us that some of their behavior within our classroom, within our schools, may be different, and it's not something that they can always help. So you'd see here other umbrella terms, like under the neurodiversity movement, wherein you see autism, you also see their attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder. You see all of the other the things that are not dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, which looks into how we are neurologically wired to think differently. So we have here LD, which is learning disabilities, difficulties that we may have. Speech impediments also are there, and some of the tics that are manifested. And of course, there is room for it is future-proofed in a way because it can accommodate others. So know that it is something that we look into because neuroscience actually shows us through actual brain scans that this is not something that is sci-fi anymore. It is a reality, and it is something that has been looked into in our classrooms. In fact, there are different studies that have been made wherein neuroscientists engage with educators because they'd want to know that in order for their researches to actually have a certain impact on the school system, on learning, they needed to conduct workshops that allowed teachers to learn more about neuroscience because the study of the brain really has implications on how we are engaging and learning. You are familiar with one of the efforts that we've had, especially as a country. So in the Philippines, it will be mentioned in one slide later. I'm trying not to preempt the slides, but it's sometimes very difficult not to. That the universal design for learning is something that we look into because if there are very different brains, so how does a teacher now handle a classroom with individual types of brains that need to be taught in different manners? So we focus on that later. I'll not preempt. In terms of global equity, so we have to differentiate equity and equality. I think living in the Philippines, it has been very familiar a term to us because we realize that a lot of the things that we have in terms of experiences are really a conversation between equality versus equity. Okay, I see that there are people who are in chat. Reminder, because if at any point in the discussion you feel that you want to express something in the chat, please do. We'll just respond to it. Usually in my classroom, we go through one slide, then at any point in the discussion, if our students find that the slide is interesting, we usually stop there. So this is my usual way. So in terms of equality, equality means providing the same resources and opportunities to everyone, regardless of their starting point. This is something that we work towards. Let me just clear all of the drawings because I think somebody is trying to pinpoint the different things that are there. Oh, so this is something that looks into having the same for everyone. So like for the use of technology, for example, we now know that if the government has a lot of funds and they want to give all of our learners laptops, this is a dream, of course, then each one of our students would have one. But equity involves recognizing individual needs and providing tailored resource to ensure fair outcomes, acknowledging that people have different circumstances. Equity looks into the way, given the laptop example, whereas the laptop example, wherein we would now have some students who would have the means to buy laptops that are way beyond the budget that's afforded to them. So therefore, equity goes into the recognition of what an individual needs, and it is provided for. This is why when we identify who needs the help, who needs the extra access to technology, then it would be so. So therefore, when we say equality, it is sameness in input when it comes to the classroom. So same types of lessons that we have, same way of teaching, because it is our most comfortable pace, because it maximizes the time given to us. And of course, equity looks into fairness in outcomes. So know that in terms of access, we try to give everyone access. This is because everyone is equal. So that's what we look into. Sameness in input is because we want all of our students to have access to the general education curriculum. For the Philippines, it is the K-12 curriculum that we have. And so we reach out to the curriculum guides that we have and such. So we do know that input for all of our learners are in one go in the basic education. So of course, included for secondary, for the tertiary levels. In terms of equity, we have now to make sure that whatever is taught and prescribed, because each one of us has access to the same type of curricula, it would mean that the way we measure what is learned is actually fair. Because one of the things that we usually have as in terms of questions, I work in special education, which means that the usual questions that we get from classroom teachers who are in standards-based classrooms is, wouldn't it be unfair to my other students, to the other people in the class, if I give them extra time? And these are usually discussions that we used to have, this is way 90s, early 2000s. Not all schools were capable of doing such. And this is why it was very important when, at the national level, performance assessment was actually something that was incorporated in our grading system, because we come from a history of very traditional assessment. And of course, in terms of policy, we've moved forward, and hopefully in terms of practice too. So this is why we're trying to engage all of the educators to look into this one, because I know that to some, this was one of my fears also. To some of you, maybe even majority of us here, because we are all in a mode of wanting to learn some more. All of us have this knowledge already. So I was very afraid to be speaking to the choir, speaking to people who already thought in the same way that I do. So maybe this talk is for people who do not have inclusive ways of assessment. But it also makes me excited because if I am with like-minded people, then it means that we are strong in number, and therefore there is a chance for our ideas to be commonplace, to be something that is mainstream and well practiced, especially in our country that we love the most. Okay, so when we look into assessment, I go into these three frames right now. I noticed that all of my students are gifted, and I'm so excited to meet them at all times. It's the same when they said that we have participants from all over. So excited to meet you because I believe that you are wonderful in your very own way. I also look into how neurodiversity affects everyone because our behavioral characteristics or traits actually are different. So we may have similar intelligences, but sometimes how we manifest it may be different because of what our brain architecture dictates. But we also now look into the environment that we're in. And this is where equity comes in. We want to be in a community so that allows a learning environment that allows access to all of the resources that are possible in order for us to gain fair ground. The picture here is the usual banner that we have for equality and equity. Wherein in equality, each one is given the same provisions. And in equity, we acknowledge that there are differences in needs. So you'd see that the boxes that are provided, the provisions that are provided, allow for fairness so that each of us can reach certain certain provisions that are given to us by the right of being human. But we have a lot of human rights. Okay, so there. So what does equity in assessment look in terms of Gardner's multiple intelligences? I only put a few here because of the time constraints that we have, but hopefully, as I said, you'd be delving into your thoughts about how things are applicable within your own context. So we agree that from standardized one-size-fits-all methods, we go into a more flexible system. And in Gardner's multiple intelligences, this is looking into intelligence fair methods. So meeting all of those smarts, providing activities that do so. So methods that allow students to demonstrate their understanding through their unique sense is something that is looked at. Alternative assessment strategies that are usually seen in a multiple intelligence school are portfolios wherein we collect work samples over time to demonstrate growth and understanding. We go into performance-based assessment wherein we evaluate students through projects, exhibitions, and hands-on activities that utilize different modalities. And observation scales wherein teachers observe and record student performance in different contexts, so especially in a naturalistic corner of the classroom, because they have stations that address each intelligence that are there. We look into actions such as diversifying output. So students here are given options to showcase knowledge, such as creating a video, building a model, composing a song, or participating in a debate, rather than just writing a report. We also look here into a strengths-based approach, which was mentioned earlier. So MI-based assessments usually help the students recognize their own talent. So it's self-assessment that they usually do. And this fosters confidence and triggers in areas where they are weaker. Because one of the misconceptions that we have about multiple intelligences is that out of all of the intelligences, we only have one or two or three. The beauty of having a concept of multiple intelligences means that all of these intelligences are within our reach. It is just us being of a lifelong learning mindset that allows us to work on areas that we deem we are weaker. So maybe some of the intelligences that you have are latent, you haven't tapped them yet, but know that in the context of this is different gifted education, when we look into talent development, it means that you have a gift or you have an ability that you work through it through a talent development process for the gift to become a talent, because talent always requires a lot of work. Where one is innate, usually something that looks into that something that something that we can look into is how we can generate all of our gifts to become talents, where the developmental process is. Okay. Glad's Magna says, as a response to equality equity, it's easy to advocate for equality because it's simple to measure. Agree, equity is harder. It requires nuance, listening, and constant adjustment. But it's the only way to actually bridge the gap between where learners start and where they deserve to go. Yeah, you see me nodding vigorously because I totally agree. It is the ability for us to be able to task analyze, to understand where all of our students are in terms of their learning, and to start from there, because we need to scaffold that information to get them where they're supposed to go. So yeah, so equity and strength. Yeah, so in this regard, if we can adopt this type of actions wherein we diversify output, we look into the strengths of learners, then maybe they have a chance. So that's just part of the challenge of making assessment more inclusive. In terms of equity, so equity and assessment via neurodiversity, something that we look into. Established again is that from a standardized one-size-fits-all testing, we'd want to move into the flexible, diverse methods that recognize neurological differences such as autism, ADHD, and dyslexia as natural human variations than deficits. Because one of the things that we've had the population clamor for is the move away from deficit centered approaches, wherein we're trying to prescribe something because there's something wrong. But if we recognize that people think differently because of natural human variations, then it just becomes something that is acknowledged as a fact that this person processes their information in a different manner. Therefore, we must try to give them a different way of understanding the material that we're presenting. So here, you'd actually see that the strength and barrier-oriented type of thinking is something that we'd have to consider. Strengths you'd see in the multiple intelligences theory, and then the barriers that we look into are existing within the environments that we operate in. So I have here a chart that we will be repeating later on when we do our activity, that there are certain stakeholder roles. I wasn't sure if all of us would be educators in this conference. So I wrote down 4 of the stakeholders that might be able to identify strengths that the learner has, and certain barriers that exist that don't allow them to reach that potential that they have. So we have teachers, parents, clinicians, and allied professionals. So in terms of strengths, teachers have to look into instructional strengths. How do our learners learn best? Okay, if I teach this one, this is the type of strategy that needs to go pair in hand with how I teach. because this is how they're going to learn. This is how I'm going to allow them access to the lessons that I have. Parents can pinpoint strengths that are home-based. What can my child do within the home setting? Do they help with chores? Are they capable of doing certain projects that we don't usually see in the school system because they're very time-consuming? Like if they create certain apps that are based on their hobbies, or they've achieved certain statuses that they have within the games that they play, because there are a lot of online games that have multiplayer interactions, and their avatars have certain growth that can be seen. So these are things that we don't necessarily see in our classrooms because we don't talk about them in class. Friends might be able to see that one. Clinicians look into cognitive strengths because these are usually based on standardized assessment, like standardized intelligence tests, standardized achievement tests. These are things that can augment the type of information that we have as educators in order for us to acknowledge certain strengths that our students have. But these are reports that have to be generated that are not usually found in the classroom. Our instructional strengths usually pull from the curriculum that is given, but not necessarily all of the cognitive traits that our students have. We have allied professionals wherein they look into functional strengths depending on what their specialization is. So if it's a speech language pathologist, of course, the functional strengths that they look into are in connection with their speech, their language development. So these are sources of information what we usually have that can allow us to reach our students more. Diba? We always say as teachers, know thy learner. But I feel that within the current context that we have, the knowledge that we have about our learner's profile is very limited because of ways of our inquiry, the current availability of the tests that we have, assessments that we have that can actually help us become more effective. So this is one support that most teachers needs, identification of our students' strengths and abilities so that we can be able to do our work even better. In terms of barriers, these are things that we have to realize because, again, in the context of wanting to be equitable in the classroom, we have to learn about the barriers that exist. And so teachers can always address classroom barriers. Parents can always address daily life barriers and talk about it if they need help from the school system. Clinicians will be able to tell us about diagnostic barriers because of the battery of tests that they may have available to them. And we have allied medical professionals who look into sensory, motor, or communication barriers. I'm introducing this table because later on, if we have the time to actually go through some of the activities that I prepared, I'd be asking you, what are the strengths? What are the barriers? Then I'll show this slide again for you to be able to think about barriers that may be from your point of view as a parent, or maybe a point of view of a teacher, or if you're an allied professional here, then maybe it could be something that you can provide for us. Okay. So in terms of neurodiversity now, we look into alternative assessment methods, which like in multiple intelligences, we have performance-based assessments and such, but we also look into project-based assessments. So here we allow students to demonstrate their understanding in in-depth projects, things that are interest-based to them, and they usually can delve and persevere in searching for a lot of the things that they are most interested in terms of that we also have flexible presentation formats that are here. So utilizing oral presentations, video submissions, or digital portfolios instead of written tests. I'll just okay. There is a second. So This is a quick equity audit for any assessment. This is something that is generated as AI, but you can actually ask parang and look into equity audit. So I said, this is parang what I'm presenting. I want to find out what type of quick questions I can do in one slide. So here's a quick equity audit for any assessment. So if you answer yes to all of them, then you'd know how accessible that assessment is. So we usually ask ourselves upon seeing our test, one, does every learner have more than one way to show learning? Because if it is not through a pencil paper test, then you already know that that essay question that you have that is to be tested in 1.5 hours in a sit-down, face-to-face type of classroom, very restrictive. Some of your learners may not be able to do as well or show the type of learning that they actually have, the true capacity that they have. So our cultural and linguistic identities honored. This is something that we delve into, especially when it comes to item analysis, because we realized, for example, that those who access information in very different ways may understand questions differently. In one of my past experiences as a reader for those who are visually impaired, there are some questions in science tests, for example, that may be very difficult. My personal experience was that of me reading to somebody who was totally blind. And the question was a multiple choice question that says, which of the illustrations depict light? And then the second question was, which of the following pictures depict dark? And there were like A, B, C, D choices of all pictures. So in cases like that, I guess we'd have to review certain items because we know that for majority of the students, it may be understood and they'd look into the pictures and be able to check if it's A, B, or C, or D. But for my learner, I had to figure out as a tester, which actually made me question if I was giving too many hints. But I needed to find out, so I had to describe a room. Usually when you're in this room, you feel a bit cold kasi yung nakadepict na picture was a dark room. So things like that. So are the cultural and linguistic identities honored because it's how the student experiences. And the question was definitely not culture fair in that case. 3, are executive function demands minimized, meaning that if you have students who are very impulsive and if they have ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, for example, and you tell them extended time, sometimes it is not as effective as giving them a chance to stand up once in a while because there are very restrictive testing sessions wherein you can't stand up, you can't move too much because you might be accused of copying or looking into another student's work. But we have to ask, are executive function demands minimized because we'd want to make sure that the conditions of the testing area do not interfere with their expression of their own learning. So I've heard ones that because we give them extended time, apparently for those with ADHD, just for you to actually understand where I'm going. It is not a matter of longer time, but it's a matter of having breaks in the middle of time. So more for them would be the capacity for them to time in and out at certain moments and then return. So it's still 1 hour, an hour test, for example. But if they stop at 15 minutes, the time stops for them because they're not thinking about it. They're distracted about something. They need to address a need that is very neurological in nature. And then when they go back to the testing, then the time restarts again. So it's still 1 hour, but split in very, very small timing sessions. And this is for people who are diagnosed with ADHD. So that's the question there. And four, are accessibility tools built in, not added on? Meaning that within the structure of your items, you have the capacity to allow the students to actually process the information well. Accessibility tools may be something technological, text to speech, speech to text type of tools that we have, something that we look into as part of the technology. But even very, very low tech ways of building these tools can be different. Instead of one large essay question, for example, you divide the question into certain portions. So first ask them to process this information, diba? And then after which we usually do when we have math problems. So what would this look like in assessment? So these three things. So using the frames that we're looking into, we have 6 examples that we have here in terms of tasks. So for verbal linguistic intelligence, for example, the task is to create a multilingual explainer, written or audio, describing how a local environmental issue affects your community. So neurodiversity affirming strategy would be to allow speech to text, audio notes, or structured templates. And equity here may be one that allows students to use home languages and local contexts, because most of our tests are either in English or Filipino in the Philippines. Some of the ways that students may express what they're learning may be limited by such. Sometimes I say sorry to my students by telling them that I'm sorry, I'm only limited to Filipino and English. I wish I could actually accommodate more languages, but I am not that well versed in a lot of the languages enough to create them. So they have to respond. But we usually augment the activities that we have by such. So what does it look like again in terms of logical mathematical intelligence? We have a task here that says analyze community data. Some examples would be water usage, traffic patterns, and then the student is going to propose a solution using charts or models. So the neurodiversity affirming option that can be given is to use digital tools that reduce executive load. So being able for them to split the yes, down, yeah. The time check. And then yes, equity. Here students may use local data instead of usual Western articles that are available, especially for us. So community data would be valuable because then it becomes something that is that can help their community. So they look into our assessment activities that we do in class as something that is more than a requirement, class requirement. They are functional in nature. We have here visual spatial intelligence, a visual spatial intelligence task wherein the students are asked to create an infographic or concept map showing the causes and effects of a global issue. So one example chosen there is food security. Currently now it's our how do we now given the current context that we have in Iran, what happens now? So a neurodiversity affirming stance would be to allow non-linear thinking and visual processing strengths. The usual mode that we have in traditional settings is that we go into parang making an outline instead of like mapping what we think about. So non-linear thinking is something that's acceptable in this case. And then we go into visual processing strengths because some of our learners actually express themselves better, not in written form, but by by illustrations, by certain jottings that they may have. In terms of equity, here we encourage culturally relevant symbols and imagery to represent because it is an infographic. Okay, and just check the chat if there are, okay, not mine. In terms of bodily kinesthetic intelligence, this is a task wherein students are asked to build a physical or digital prototype that solves a community problem. So a neurodiversity the affirming option would be hands-on activities, movement-based activity that reduces reliance on text. So being able to move around, which is sometimes a constraint that we have due to time, and sometimes even the permission given to students to move around within the school or even their community, because going out of the school system has implications, especially at the basic education level. For the higher education parang situations, I guess we have more freedom to allow our students to have academic academic, what do you call it? Academic activities, our field activities, academic. So in terms of equity, it uses accessible low-cost materials here because a prototype doesn't have to be something that that costs so much. It can be recycled materials or materials that are commonly available to them within their community. We have here the interpersonal intelligence task, wherein we facilitate a small group discussion on a global issue and document the group's collective insights. So, and the affirming would be roles to be chosen, wherein the group members will be assigned a role of either to facilitate the discussion, to record what is being said by different participants, and a timekeeper to make sure that everyone has equal time to discuss their ideas. Okay. And in terms of equity, the aspect of equity, this type of activity encourages diverse voices and shared leadership. So you'd see in this type of formatting that there is a main intelligence that is addressed because it is centered on using that ability. But the tasks here allows different thinkers to actually access the type of activity and do well in the activity because of how it's structured. So we hope that the activities that we have within our school system allow such to happen. Okay. You can see that people are having a problem with the attendance sheet in our chat. I didn't want to delve into it because I was afraid that it wouldn't be the context, but I needed to say this because, of course, because we are from the Philippines, I am from the Philippines, the examples that I can pinpoint are usually what we're doing in the Philippines. So in terms of responding to a rebirth in assessment, I mean, you heard from Dr. Jenny Hoxon earlier that we are trying to reframe the teacher education programs that we have. And then we're looking into making sure that learner agency is something that's implemented. So it seems like we are connected so much because here I have to pinpoint that purposeful inclusion is the intent to proactively design for diversity rather than to accommodate it later. And in the Philippines, the way that we do so is through the universal design for learning. We say that the Philippines does this, or the Philippines has committed to doing this because UDL is something that is mentioned in two different Philippine laws in our Republic Act 10533, which is also known as our K-12 law. This is in 2013. And the Republic Act 11650, which is commonly known as the Inclusive Education Act for our learners with disability. So the universal design for learning is mentioned within our policy. It's very rare that we have that one. UDL is an educational frame that we would want all educators to have because it is purposeful inclusion. UDL happens way before you have met your students because of the certain principles that are that come with it. Okay, so it really focuses on the intent to proactively design for diversity, meaning that the plans that you generate already have that type of mindset. So accommodating an additional need when you meet your student, when you need to differentiate instruction, it is easier because the starting point is way accommodating already. It was designed for diversity. It was designed for diverse learners because diversity is the norm. We have a different set of, we have learners who think differently. That's why we need teachers who also have a diverse set of needs here. Okay. I just put one short introduction for UDL here for the people who may not be aware of it. So you may go to this website, fast.org. It has all of the information that you may need about the universal design for learning. So it is not just an approach, it's an educational framework for us to create the lessons that we have for our school system. This is because it is responsive. You heard me when I was discussing multiple intelligences, how saying iba, representation, engagement, how they express their learning. So you see very much that I am very UDL already in how I try to think and how we try to help the pre-service teachers plan their lessons. So this is based on the premise. So neuroscience says that although we may think differently, there is one thing that is common about how we all engage in learning. It points towards three primary networks of the brain that go into recognition learning, strategic learning, and affective learning. If any of these three networks in the brain do not work, then it means that engagement in learning is limited, okay? Not the full extent of what you can achieve. The three principles of UDL go into having lessons presented in different ways, because the first principle is multiple modes of representation. So the same topic, the same content may be expressed or represented to the students in different ways. Okay. You have here the principle of multiple modes of action and expression, and this is where assessment comes into the activities that we have. This provision that we have in our law through UDL allows us to make sure that the assessment we have in our classroom is presented in such a way that students can express their learning in so many different ways. So kapag tinanong niya sa Philippines, ba pwede? Can the Philippines do such innovations in terms of assessment? Yes, because in our laws, it is actually something that's reflected already. And therefore, school policies, if it's very limiting, have to review how they are in accordance to RA 10533 and RA 11650. And of course, we have here the multiple modes of engagement, wherein the engagement to the things that are being learned are done at different ways. It can be engagement in terms of parang who they are learning with. Are they learning with a class? Are they learning with a partner? Are they learning in a small group? It also generates why, so the relevance of the material that they have. So you'd see how it's aligned. So the three sets of UDL guidelines go into our recognition learning, which needs a lot of multiple modes of representation of the topics. It goes into a guideline wherein we have flexible ways to present what we teach and learn. And we see here as a guideline flexible options of how we learn and express what we know. It's given for the fact because We have strategic learning network that needs to be engaged, and therefore we have to have the means to express our learning in different ways. So actions and expressions there. We have flexible options for generating and sustaining motivation. So it's the why of learning. So why is this relevant? Why are we accessing this information? How am I learning this? If it's not important to me, is it important sometimes to the class? But what is the need for it? So these are things that we take into consideration. Okay. So if you want to delve into more of this, you will find that if you go to cast.org, CAST.org, this website actually leads you to a whole, there are a lot of links that will allow you to dissect what UDL means within our frame. Okay. And know that it is because of UDL that has allowed us the ability to become more equitable. Okay. Odimore Pelayo says, in terms of equity, those with autism, what kind of job can our government and private sectors be able to provide to those particular jobs? Can we help them gain lifelong skills as early as possible for them to proactively participate in our nation building rather with no job opportunities? This is a very difficult question because for one, we find that in our experience that even if some of our students with autism graduate from the tertiary level, there is not always a way to connect them to opportunities for employment. So it seems like the education sector has focused on their role, which is of course what we need to do because that's what our work entails. But opening up the minds of people outside of the education sector also needs to happen because your question, of course, looks into the kind of jobs that our government and private sectors can provide. I can pinpoint there was one effort before by the Unilab Foundation, which looked into inclusive employment. Here they find that they would train persons with disability in order for them to be able to be placed in certain companies. So I know that I think it was in 2004 or 2024, 25 that they actually marked that they have engaged with more than 300 companies. There's another effort that I learned about just recently. So this was just last month. There is a group called Best Buddies Philippines, which focuses on friendship. So it's a new group that I'm in. It's present in, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 46 countries. So the Philippines has its own chapter since 2014. They have started looking into employment, but it's within the testing. They're just piloting it. So it's been 4 months now. They've been sending some of the adults with autism that they have within their group, the Best Buddies Philippines, and they've been working in Adidas, so in 2 stores that they have at certain times. So it's still guided. So this means that, yeah, the job opportunities need to be built, but it seems like it is definitely efforts of advocacy groups that make it so. It hasn't reached a level yet in the Philippines, a nationwide reach that allows a student with autism, a graduate of to be able to work. So So what kinds of in this case, the one for Adidas, they become frontliners wherein they learn about the products that they have in Adidas and they stay in their stores. There are 2 stores. If one is in Glorieta, the other one is in BGC. So 2 of the stores that have them on Mondays until Fridays. So there are a lot of experimentation, but I have not seen personally. So if you know about certain efforts that I am not knowledgeable of, please parang educate us in the chat. Let us know. But yes, I agree, Odimore. We really need to help them gain lifelong skills because they cannot always be dependent on their families. Okay. So there. Going back. I cut out this frame because it says universal design for learning. But I was so tempted. I was looking into the okay, if it's purposeful inclusion and I wanted to look futuristic and stuff, what does it look like? And of course, AI, I'm just befriending my AI companion right now. My favorite question is, what is your relationship with AI? And I find that sometimes it is the most patient platform for me to think about things that are just in my head and want to look into. Of course, as a framework for research, I guess it's a very difficult framework to show, but it's something that I'd want you to see. Okay. So you'd see here that in this frame, you have a learner. So human-centered still, and we know that technology is all around because there is a boom in information that we have. But we'd want you to look into clarity, variability, equity, and technology as things that allow us to make sure purposeful inclusion is there in terms of designing assessment. So, okay. So here, in terms of clarity, it's very simple actually. Well, simple to say, but I guess it's sometimes hard to do when we're not too clear about things ourselves too. Clarity looks into clear goals and standards. So, and when we have these goals articulated, it needs to come across with transparent rubrics. How do we measure if we're meeting certain objectives and such? We also need to make sure that we have student-friendly criteria because sometimes we're very comfortable with the jargon that we have, that it does not always translate to what the learner understands. In terms of variability, you'd see that the provision of multiple pathways is available in at least in the Philippines by law. So I'd encourage multiple intelligence aligned options for you. If you don't know how to provide different aspects, then it is a very good place to start. I will already tell you on set that there are so many other different theories that you can actually look into, but MI is a very parang easy way to start in terms of making inclusiveness in terms of activities and assessment, something that you do. Multimodal submissions is also something that can be looked into because not all students can generate one final output at a time. Sometimes the process that they go through is important, and this is why we have worksheets that contribute towards one beautiful end so that we can see and help them work through all of the phases of that development and allow you to actually see the process also versus the output, okay, that they have. In terms of equity, okay. Okay. Oops, I'm clicking there. In terms of equity, it says cultural and contextual relevance. So here we look into practices that hopefully we can adapt that are culturally sustaining, linguistically accessible, and contextually relevant. This is because we have to realize that learning about our learner context is one of the most valuable tools that we have in order to reach our learners. Without this one, the information that we're teaching becomes unrelatable. Okay. And of course, oh, sorry, I've been clicking all over. In terms of technology, we have inclusive learning tools. There are points in time wherein I feel like technology becomes a barrier to learning. simply because one, if they don't have access, a lot of us don't know how to use technology really well. We don't know how to maximize. So inclusive tools are things that we can actually delve into to make sure that it is something that actually enhances learning rather than detracts or takes the attention of the learner away from us. We have AI supported scaffolds. Sometimes I meet teachers who say that it is very big when we do station learning, for example. Station learning is a method wherein we develop parallel activities for different students. So it's the same lesson, but you recognize that not all of your students are in the same level, but you have to tackle the same lesson. AI has become such a friend to us because sometimes I would only have 2 activities, but then I realize I need 5 because I have my student who may need total support. My students who are very advanced, so grade 3, sometimes high school level math, what they know. And then you'd actually look into other learners who are just beginning their journey in that topic, the others who already have tutors and can already do all of the tasks. So how do you break that down? I find that prompting your AI companion to help you scaffold and provide you parallel tasks is something that eases up the burden. So the teacher becomes inclusive by way of AI because it helps them. So digital portfolios is also something that is equitable. Digital portfolios, because one, some of our learners will not need to print out their work because not all of them are capable of doing so. Sometimes they will not be able to give us the perfect physical hard copies because they don't have that capacity. They're limited in that way. But digital portfolios allow that type of access to express the learning that they have. Okay. 10 minutes. Okay. So I will just look. So it seems like we might not be able. So this is the frame that we're looking into. So with clarity, variability, equity, and technology. Okay. So the design principles, of course, that we have in terms of designing assessment for purposeful inclusion is to believe that one, diversity is the norm. It is not something that we invented to make things harder for us. It is just a fact. All of us are different, even if you think that you belong in a class because you share an identity. It doesn't necessarily translate to that when you go into the details. Okay. Strengths are assets which we need to recognize within the classrooms. Sometimes in order for us to give challenging activities to our students, we go way beyond what we've thought in order to test them once in a while. But we have to realize that aside from pointing out what our students don't know, we need to recognize the strengths that they have so that we recognize that they have a foundation to build on when you introduce new discussions. We know that culture shapes cognition, and therefore this type of belongingness, even in assessment, allows them to realize that they are an important part of the classroom. It is not just the student who does well in tests who is always recognized. It is not just the student who is called to represent us all the time for the school competitions, for national competitions, and such. Because this type of looking into everyone having as a strength to build on and everyone having the capacity to work on certain barriers that they have or certain abilities that they want develop some more is something that helps learners become lifelong learners, that it doesn't stop outside of the classroom, that learning happens as a natural occurrence because we are organic material. And of course, we have to remember that technology is used to amplify human brilliance. technology will never replace a teacher because of that one. It only happens if we don't train ourselves to be able to think and on our own, for us to just keep on accepting. So discernment is a skill that is needed in order for us to be human-centered and yet very available in terms of technology. Okay, so we will not go through the activities anymore because I only have 10 minutes. But if the slides are shared with you, then these might be things that you want to go through. So there are just 3 scenarios that I hope go with you when you reflect upon it. So in terms of scenario 1, we have the high thinker, low output learner. Who among you don't have students who are like this, right? Sometimes we know that they're very articulate in class, but when we look into the written work, nothing is provided for. So for this, when you go back to this slide, please think about one strength focus question that this and one barrier focus question that you should ask as teachers. We go back to this slide, as I mentioned earlier, wherein you'd be able to identify strengths either from different stakeholders about how this learner can be helped and what barriers are actually there. Okay. And of course, generate a task there that you'd be able to look into using the same frame as what we had before. Okay. And scenario 2, mass giftedness is there. A student with ADHD is often redirected for impulsivity. And the question is, what dual lens questions prevent deficit-only interpretations? So this again invites you to look into the strengths given by the students from the perspective of the stakeholders and the barriers that are there. And look into an activity that can be developed. We also look into a third scenario of the twice exceptional learner, wherein a child reads at the high level but struggles with writing mechanics. So again, we invite you to go into the strengths and barriers mode, wherein you reflect upon how they can be helped. Because, you know, when you really say knowing is half the battle, it is so. So we need to beef up on the type of information that we get on our learners. So that is something that we need to develop. So as we leave this talk to go to the next activities that we have in the conferences, I'd like you to think about one shift that you will make in your assessment practice. So, diba, are there parang things that you would want to shift into? Are there things that you'd want to go into in terms of that one? Okay, but there are some questions who are, yes, there are questions already that are there. And of course, so let me close this just so we can go into our question and answer. So my email is there just in case you'd want to reach out to us. But of course, you can be I can also be reached through Dean J. It's very much connected. So this is just a call to action because we do recognize that the traditional assessment methods sometimes are very limiting and it doesn't capture the true capacity of our learners, the true capabilities that we have. So we invite you to be brave because it's very hard to actually change things that we are so used to. And so we just have to recognize that when we redesign assessment, we redesign who gets to succeed. And isn't that what an educator should do? Educators need to look into how we can reach more people for them to acknowledge that they actually have good abilities to start with so that they can actually thirst for more and improve themselves. So with that, I will stop my presentation so that we can go to some of the questions that we actually see already. Yes. Because I already saw that on chat there were questions.
We are immensely thankful for the comprehensive and substantial presentation you provided, Dr. Bagtoto. So we have a few questions here from our participants. from Sir Clyde Bisdondo, one of the faculty members of SITE HSU. I was one of your students at UP. Oh, Sir Arviston is one of your students. Okay, he's saying hi. When I first learned about UDL and equity in assessment during our lecture discussions in college, my perspective admittedly focused on making assessments doable for students by differentiating instruction and providing support when needed. Now that I am in the classroom, I realize that these concepts look very different in practice. So the questions are, how do you draw the line between equity in assessment and student autonomy? Could you share any anecdotal examples that illustrate this balance? On another note, I am also teaching science to a student with visual impairment this semester. Do you have any advice for a novice educator like me?
Okay, advice. I don't know if I'm not very comfortable at giving advice. And it's strange because a lot of us become program advisors, thesis advisors, research advisors, that sort of thing. Yeah, but what can I say? You listen to your student. How do you draw the line between equity in assessment and student autonomy? We go into scaffolding because you recognize that if an assessment, the example that I gave earlier, because when I did my teaching before in a resource room in a public school before for my practicum, one of the roles that we had to play was to be parang we read the test for our learners. So I don't know what type of assessment you give, especially for your learner with visual impairment, if they're paper pencil tests. But during that time, I don't know if it was because it was a public school, so most of the tests were risographs. Some of our students with low vision, for example, could actually see some of the letters, but only with high contrast paper. So looking into that one, I felt that just printing it out on brown paper with black made it very difficult for our students. So equity and assessment was not available then, but the way equity was provided at that time was to provide oral readers for the examinations. So I know that the question there is always, do the oral readers give hints to the answers? Is this the student's true capability? And so the question there is, one, when you review the type of assessment, look first into the formatting of your test. The test structure, does it allow for them to actually express the type of learning that they have? If there are questions that need them to illustrate, for example, will your student be at a disadvantage when they do so? Diba? Kasi would they be able to draw something that's recognizable to other students, so for them to be able to understand what the learning expressed means? Okay, so look into the formattings first. I don't know if the student that you have is completely blind or totally blind, or somebody who has residual vision that can be used still. So this is something that you might want to know. Some of them may see light, some and shadows still. So sometimes we would actually use some of these as resources to enhance the experiences that they have. Okay, but drawing, so one, you have to ensure that your assessment then is in-form equitable. The form allows them to access that type of testing measure. So how do you balance this with student autonomy, meaning that they're capable of doing it on their own? You have to make sure that you have in place a scaffolding system. At what level is this student autonomous? Because you may be requiring a certain level of autonomy given the grade level, given the level of the student. But the student may not be there yet, especially if they have gone through a system of testing that always parang gave them a crutch to go up. So autonomy was definitely not developed yet. So you have to figure out how is student autonomy developed? Because if it hasn't been developed yet, then that means that in your classroom, you have to start it off. So if they're very used to having a reader and so they're so reliant, how do you wean them away from that? Then the first thing, of course, that you need to do is to make sure that the assessment is accessible for them. Meaning that, is it just the teacher reading para you're sure that it's not parang giving hints that are not that parang is unfair to other students. In the question, for example, I know that it's very basic. The one that I read was the parts of the plant. So it was a multiple choice question. Their lesson was on parts of the plant. They had an illustration of a plant there. And each parang choice that they had was a drawing. So how do I make my learner take that test? Buti na lang, we were on the first floor and there were plants in front. So what I did was, I did not kill a plant, but I brought my student out and said, this is a plant. I oriented, parang pinakapa ko yung plant, diba? I hope it was how that student learned. And then I said, okay, name me the parts of the plant by your feeling so that I know. And then I say, okay, what part of the plant does this? And then I led the hand towards the leaf. I held the towards it. So which of it is the answer? Okay, but this was something that was not intentional. Diba? So we cannot have assessment, equity and assessment that is a by chance. Ay, oo nga pala. Diba? Oh, the student actually needs it. So sorry, I'll just try to make do. It wasn't purposeful in that regard. So I can critique my former self, but I'm glad that we were capable of giving that student a certain level of autonomy in giving the answers, because we did not change the questions. We just changed the form of the test. Diba? So from a written black and white piece of paper, I went out with the child to be able to touch that plant so that he can test parts of the plant. Okay, so so it's that. So I was just glad the grade 5 na yung student. So I don't know if it would have been the same if the student were grade 1 and first time to actually learn about it. I did not know if I had to teach them about the parts of the plant, diba? So that would have crossed the line over what was fair for other students kasi hindi nila alam. Okay? So yes, so start from where parang I think for everyone, start from where your student is. And if student autonomy and assessment is your goal, then find out how this student has been taking tests, because you have to start from there and build a program or steps towards them being capable of testing on their own. Okay, so the form has to be inclusive. Hopefully that answers your question, but I'm glad to know that you're in UMak.
All right, thank you so much for your answer, Dr. Magtoto. We have another question here from Mr. Ray Medanilia. How come some basic education schools seem still unaware of how inclusion should be done? Their excuse is always they cannot be expected to deal with students with ASD because they are not SPED school.
We understand that, because coming from the SPED area, it is one of our concerns. But what we've realized is that one, although it has been expressed that there is an inclusiveness statement in our 2013 law, yung K-12 law natin, that it was in the IRR. So it's a section 8 wherein it says comprehensive programs and services need to be provided for 5 sectors, but not limited to the 5 sectors. So gifted and talented, those who with learning disabilities, those who are in madrasa education, those who are indigenous people's education, and those learners under difficult circumstances. So the 5 sectors are usually defined. So how come some basic education schools seem still unaware? I'm not quite sure how aware they are, or if they are just too busy trying to catch up. We recognize that although it has been the inclusiveness statement has been enshrined in the K to 12 law, that it needed a lot of operationalizing. We have a lot of concepts that we have, but one of the things that the academe needs to help the basic education sector teachers is to operationalize all of these concepts. It is true what they say about information overload. Dr. Sophia actually mentioned this earlier. There's too much information. And what I found in a survey that I did with close to 3,000 DepEd teachers was that they had so many trainings that a lot of the concepts have been mixed up already. I think as a graduate of a school that focused on mastery learning, that just a few theories focused on can actually help a lot if the teachers are helped to operationalize what it is. So awareness is one thing because they might be concerned about different aspects of the curriculum. Excuse is something that we've acknowledged, and I am actually part of the advisory committee for the education of learners with disabilities. Some of your members in UMak are actually part of that. Their organization is part. So in RA 11650, the inclusiveness law for learners with disability, there is to be formed an interagency coordinating council, and an advisory committee. That is what we have. So it's a 15 organization group, but we just started last year because in the implementing rules and regulations of the inclusiveness law only started there. So what we've found is that there are a lot of confusions because of so many policies that came out, and training is needed. Capacity building is definitely needed. So some basic education schools who we've encountered who are still unaware are usually the smaller schools who are not in systems that interact with a lot of HEIs. Kasi HEIs are forced to know about this one because of the memorandum orders from CHED that we get in terms of the subjects. So awareness is something that needs to be built on, but we're not placing it on all of the basic education schools responsibility anymore. We're looking more about starting to talk about it. So I know that there are some parents who have gone into our programs to actually teach themselves about what can be done for their students. Parang inclusion by way, I don't know what would hurt. So I don't know what will hurt more if a school that is unaware of how inclusion should be done, for them to be to accept a student with ASD and not know and receive that payment for it and not know what to do with the student. I mean, hindi ko alam kung mas evil ba yon dun sa hindi tatanggapin. Diba? So maybe one for basic education schools who actually are not aware of how inclusion should be done, for them to honestly say that they cannot at this point in time, I will respect that one. But if it's a no forever, then I don't think that they would be a Philippine school in that regard. So because of the law was signed in 2022 and the IRR was actually passed in 2024. It cannot be an excuse anymore. So they have to be developmental also in nature. If they don't know now, they cannot answer in the same way 2 to 3 years from now. So we've been meeting a lot of basic education school systems that want to improve, and these are the schools that we work with. But one of the things that we recognize is that they need a lot of help. So if your school, if your universities or your organizations can actually help in awareness and not just informing them about the law, in helping them understand how they can help, then it would be, I think, a better role to play. So, like for example, in terms of law, you can mention that it is so. The universal design for learning is actually accessible in cast.org. So it's a very quick link. It's a lot of material, but you're giving them a tool to understand what they can be done within the classroom setting. And then the bigger moves within the school approach can actually happen later. Because when the classrooms change, when teachers start changing, the school heads will see this and the school culture gets affected at once. But we have to start somewhere. Wala na kami dun sa blaming loop. We actually, yeah, for Sir Ray Medanil, yeah, we actually stepped out of the blaming loop and said, okay, let's just do what we can do. Try to inform them, give them the tools and the sources of information. And then hopefully when they're ready to start implementing, we can be of assistance to actually support them. So we've been in consultations with schools for them to just ask. And what I'm happy to report there is that we've met a lot of school teachers who are willing to learn. So sometimes we start out figuring out where they are within the school system and give them the next steps. And yun lang, nakikita-kita lang, but they're doing all of the work. Konting direction lang. Okay? I hope that, yeah. So that was frustrating, we know, but we're working on it. I can see.
Thank you, Dr. Magtoto. Oh, due to time constraint, we shall collect the questions and have them send to Dr. Magtoto. Just provide your email address so our technical team can send to you Dr. Magtoto's response to your question. Thank you so much. Once again, we deeply value the knowledge and perspectives you've shared today, Dr. Magtoto. We now proceed to the awarding of certificate. Allow me to read the citation. University of Makati College of Innovative Teacher Education Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to Dr. Frances Magtoto in grateful recognition of her invaluable insights and expertise as a guest speaker during the 2026 UMak-CITE International Summit on Education with the theme The Global Learning Renaissance, Harmonizing Technology, Equity, and Human-Centeredness, given this 27th day of March 2026 at the University of Makati, Philippines. Signed by Jason Bergana, EDD, Dean College of Innovative Teacher Education, Ederson D.T. Tapia, DPA, PhD, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Alexur C. Ramos, CESE, PhD, President, University of Makati. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Frances Magtoto. We are privileged to have you here with us.
Thank you very much for having me. It was my honor to actually be with you in this conference.
That brings us to the end of our AM session. Thank you for the wonderful exchange of ideas this morning. Please enjoy your lunch break, and we look forward to seeing everyone again at 1 p.m. for the continuation of our International Summit. Kindly remain connected to the platform. See you later.
May bagong pangarap sa UMak-CITE kami humahakbang, mga isip na handang matuto't magturo sa hinaharap ng bayan. Kami bahagi nito, dito hinuhubog ang guro ng bukas. May pusong may talino, may malasakit na wagas. pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. CITE, kami ang magtuturo. Sa bawat klase may pag-asa, may liwanag na buo. Inanay sa ideya at paraan, leadership na may tapang at paninindigan. Excellence sa gawa, hindi lang sa salita. Altruism sa puso, pagmamahal sa kapwa. Resilience sa hamon, di basta sumusuko. Nationalism ang sigaw para sa Pilipino. Sa bawat hakbang, sa bawat pangarap, I learn ang lakas, CITE ang landas. Hindi lang diploma ang aming hangad, kundi misyon na may sasay at malasakit. Sa silid